Anyway, you want to talk about Jews?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean,
so
hell, they called me functional anti-Semitism. I'm like, what the
I have no idea why anyone would say that about you. Okay, I think we're close to something.
Didn't really
here.
see... Wait. Where was the Liberal Action Network there, right? I feel like
I'm only just hearing about this. What are you talking about?
But when you combine coverage of Israel with zog, APAC, 24/7, and that's your biggest talking point, and every single election all across the entire United States, you to try to pretend like, oh, well, this is fair coverage of Israel. Your coverage of a certain magnitude is absolutely...
I was getting quite frustrated by the...
I do think at this point they are either, whether it be knowing or unknowing, playing into anti-Semitic tropes with just the sheer level of Zog stuff. I would say Kyle especially, but...
LonerBox Live.
These kinds of creators, including and not limited to Kyle, say that they disavow anti-Semitism, that they are not talking about Jews, that it's actually anti-Semitic to conflate Jews. And so you can say that that's not enough.
Whoa.
That's not enough disclaiming it, anti-Semitism, but they do it.
It's that it's factually incorrect and it doesn't line up with what they're actually doing.
What's factually incorrect?
Because me just saying that anti-Semitism is bad doesn't mean that what I am doing isn't anti-Semitism and that it isn't bad. I'm just putting out a separate thought, and I'm asking you.
I thought we were talking about
what I'm doing.
So now we're changing the dependent variable. I thought we were talking about the effect, the instrumental effect on anti-Semitism in the world. I'm not talking about their
instrumental
anti-Semitism
effect, but we're also talking about the way we engage with it, and that requires being able to observe both simultaneously.
So are we talking about whether they're anti-Semitic or whether they're causing anti-Semitism to increase?
Both.
Okay.
One leads into the other.
So do you think that they're anti-Semitic?
And how we choose to engage with that determines whether or not we see that as a problem.
I'm not convinced that Crystal and Kyle are anti-Semitic.
Okay. Kyle absolutely is, right? It's there are a few ways you can draw that connection fairly easily. What happens here?
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm not using the word like as much. I listened back to the
Don't worry, man.
Twitter space.
Don't worry.
Take a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, take a few minutes. You can look up some dictionary stuff. I'm not pressuring you.
No, I want to lay this out with agreements. You can draw conclusions.
Let's just go from the start. Fuck me.
My conduct, and the other is what we should interpret about their state or that they're anti-Semitic. Given
and the overall impact of it doesn't change, then what are we actually doing here?
Yeah. So
at some point, the chain has to break if you want to actually have something different happen.
So a bunch of responses here. Are you asking me, given this, should I change my behavior? Or are you asking me, does this show that they're bad faith or that they're anti-Semitic, given that they must also share this belief? So there's two questions. The first is my conduct, and the other is what we should interpret about their state of mind, given our shared belief here. Which do you want to do first? Their state of mind or my actions?
No, I want to lay this out in order first, because I think that's going to be able to better pin down what we're actually talking about.
Bulb, sweet Bulb, thanks for the $5. Islamophobia, I'm not talking about Muslims, I'm just talking about Islam energy. Nah, if phobia is a rational fear, I'm actually rationally afraid of beheadings and rape gangs and, I don't know, Mecca.
Rather than speaking broadly to each individual action.
Okay.
We both agree that there is some capacity for them to increase
talking to Conduit
anti-Semitism with the way they report on the news, because
Israel focus or high narratives that are, super emphasizing Israel's influence. Yes, all that stuff. Agreed.
Yeah. So all of that stuff has the capacity to increase anti-Semitism.
Yes.
They don't have a willingness to improve their coverage in such a way that it minimizes that.
Well,
we can draw conclusions about what their preferences are based on that.
So that's a different thing. So I often hear these kinds of creators, including and not limited to Kyle, say that they disavow anti-Semitism, that they're not talking about Jews, that it's actually anti-Semitic to conflate Jews. And so you can say that that's not enough. That's not enough disclaiming it, anti-Semitism, but they do it.
It's that it's factually incorrect and it doesn't line up with what they're actually doing.
What's factually?
The discussion of whether or not they're anti-Semitic is pointless. I don't think it's pointless. The problem is that it's just like a very hard mode debate because people are so resistant to apply that term when it's mostly being expressed through like a bigotry towards Israelis. Like that's because again, like anti-Zionism or like anti-Israeli bigotry is like it's just very different to what we normally consider to be anti-Semitism, even though it overlaps a lot. Like it overlaps in terms of the obsessiveness, in the very quick willingness to believe that they're capable of things that are physically impossible, like vaporizing people and shit like that. So it's just a very difficult way to. It's a difficult kind of endeavor to explain how you kind of get the anti-Semitic overlap, but it takes time. I think it's worth it though.
Correct.
Because me just saying that anti-Semitism is bad doesn't mean that what I am doing like isn't anti-Semitism, and that it isn't bad. I'm just putting out a separate thought, and I'm asking you.
I thought we were talking about
what I'm doing.
So now we're changing the dependent variable. I thought we were talking about the effect, the instrumental effect on anti-Semitism in the world. I'm not talking about their
the instrumental effect, but we're also talking about the way we engage with it, and that requires being able to observe both simultaneously.
So are we talking about whether they're anti-Semitic or whether they're causing anti-Semitism to increase?
Both.
Okay.
One leads into the other.
So do you think that they're anti-Semitic?
And how we choose to engage with that determines whether or not we see that as a problem.
I'm not convinced that Crystal and Kyle are anti-Semitic.
I'm trying to figure out how to respond to that, because I feel like that is set up to just make us go into another circle about this, because the entire premise of this conversation is built on the fact that whether or not they are knowingly anti-Semitic, they are doing something that causes anti-Semitism. So giving them the label of that, it doesn't necessarily imply that in their own minds.
I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic. I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic unless I think they're anti-Semitic.
Engage with them.
Yeah, I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic unless I think they're anti-Semitic.
Again, that's not the prescriptive solution, though. What I'm talking about is whether or not we engage with them differently based on the conclusions that we can reasonably draw from their actions.
I'm happy to engage on that. But if part of this is analysis of whether they are anti-Semitic, I'm just telling you that I'm not of that belief. I have not been convinced that they're anti-Semitic. But I'm happy to do the analysis independent of that.
In that case, I need you to sell me on something.
Yeah.
If I say Israel bad, it is a very easy thing to say. It is not anti-Semitic in and of itself. But I say Israel bad in such a way that it causes people to conflate Israel, Jews, and a disproportionate impact of them on America in such a way that they cause material harm, and that it creates an internal bias in someone towards those groups of people without legitimate cause. I don't hate Jews. I will say that anti-Semitism is bad. Am I an anti-Semite?
You're an anti-Semite if you harbor prejudice against Jews. That's when you're an anti-Semite. So on the basis of them being Jewish.
So do I need to do that knowingly, or do I need to or can I be an anti-Semite if I cause that through my actions, unaware of the connection?
Yeah. So if you cause anti-Semitism, you are not necessarily anti-Semitic. Agreed? Yes or no?
It depends.
That would really depend on how you're doing it, right? There are things you can do that would cause anti-Semitism that definitely don't make you anti-Semitic. For example, every time people watch these, I used to feel this when I was younger. If you broadcast like a video of settlers looking all Jewish and doing crazy shit and speaking shit and saying to be doing it in the name of the Jewish faith or the Jewish people, people are going to watch that, and some people are going to watch that, and it's going to give them anti-Semitic thoughts. When I used to see those fucking Flag Day riots when they were running around the streets and spitting on people and shit like that. I was like, that made me feel like slightly anti-Semitic when I was a fucking teenager and shit. Growing up in the Arab world and shit. But there's nothing wrong with broadcasting that, right? Like with broadcasting settler violence, because it's true. It's like it's a thing that people take interest in, right? Or even if it's something you think is true, like a bit of disinformation. But if you are broadcasting like outrageous claims with a kind of like reckless disregard for how much it's truthful or how much it makes sense, then and it is mostly directed at the country that happens to be Jewish, then I don't really know why that wouldn't be anti-Semitic. Like that seems like you are kind of there.
And if we define anti-Semitism by action or by virtue of belief.
I understand anti-Semitism to be a belief.
Can it be an action?
A behavior.
I don't think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So if I put a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of my store to profit based on the fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices, am I doing something racist?
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
Oh, no, you obviously are. Wait, what?
An action.
I don't think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So if I put a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of my store to profit based on the fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices, am I doing something racist?
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
Shit.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I did not expect you to cop to that so fast, but don't you think that's a distinction without a difference at that point?
I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race through their action. So that action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have, sorry, let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intention for it is economic. So I would say the action is an intentional discrimination on the basis of race.
But you're not racist?
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism? Can an action be anti-Semitic without someone personally thinking?
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
Criticizing war crimes is anti-Semitic. That's all they do, really. All they do is they criticize the war crimes.
We reasonably apply that to the actions of someone who.
By the way, they're vaporizing entire whatever.
Causes harm to Jews, without any sort of clear sense that they are doing their best to minimize that consequence.
Depends on the action. Depends on what they do.
Okay, but we can do that. Like that's just.
When you say can, you mean it could apply. So if you have a store owner who says Jews need not apply, but doesn't harbor a bias towards Jews, I would say that he is discriminating on the basis of Judaism, and therefore the action is discrimination by definition, and therefore the action is anti-Semitic, even though he's not anti-Semitic. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with that.
Perfect.
So so
far we agree on everything. Wait. Can we just pause?
Why is he so stressed?
No. We will pause.
I want to nail this down. Can we apply that to breaking points?
So I will answer that question 100%. So far, we have not disagreed, right? On that. The racist example of the store owner. Okay, so we've agreed everything so far. All right, so
the Mason guy from Jubilee came on to Pisco's stream the next day to argue that anti-Semitism is not an issue in left-wing circles. Did Pisco agree with that?
We apply that to breaking points. If what you mean by that is, are there some actions which fit that mold? I'm not aware of them.
So you're saying that it does not fit the mold of causing harm to Jews and the Jewish community.
No,
having people who posit conspiracy theories about Jews.
That's not what I said. So when the action is itself discrimination, right? When the action is itself discriminated on the basis of Judaism, then you can attribute it. But if it's not that, then you wouldn't say the action is inherently this or that.
Does Holocaust denial? Does Holocaust
agree with that? Yeah, I wouldn't.
Denial qualify as discriminatory towards Jews?
He's a liberal.
Not necessarily.
Wait, what?
Agreed?
No. Denial. Does Holocaust denial qualify as discriminatory towards Jews?
Not necessarily. Agreed?
Oh no, wait. This is not necessarily in the Pisco sense, which is that 99.9% of the time he probably thinks he would be. But what if someone, just doesn't really know that much, and they just saw the most convincing, most charismatic explanation for why the numbers are fudged, and they were like, oh well, actually I don't know, maybe the narrative is a little bit overstated. And then are they anti-Semitic because they're and this person's 14 years old, by the way. Is this person anti-Semitic? Probably not. But I think when we're talking about media figures, like political media figures, then you're talking 1 in a million. Yeah.
No. How can you come to a conclusion that the denial of Jewish history, based very specifically and explicitly on prejudice towards Jews, is not in itself an anti-Semitic act?
Because they're different analytically, by definition. It's highly correlated with it, but it's not the same.
Yeah, highly correlated. As in,
at what point
if you're a political media figure who claims to be on the left, then if you start going into Holocaust denial, there's a 1 in 10 million chance that you're doing it for a reason other than anti-Semitism.
Without a difference.
At the point of definition, which is what you're asking? Do you agree? So I'll ask you the question. So
you're saying that someone can deny the Holocaust, and engaging with that person and validating those beliefs as Holocaust denial
is it probable?
Is not discriminatory against Jews.
So that's not what you asked. So the question. So and let's see if you agree.
Yes, it is.
Is it logically possible to deny the existence of the Holocaust and not be anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
No.
Possible.
You are by definition
What's the
anti-Semitic
contradiction?
for doing that.
What's the contradiction?
Whoa.
It's not a contradiction. It's
well, in order for it to be impossible,
it's
in order for it to be
fact for the sake of downplaying.
Well, no, that's when you say there's no way. Do you mean it's logically impossible? What do you mean by that?
I am saying that if you are to engage with someone,
fucking debate that. Oh God, you really have to be open to all options in the universe for these debates.
In good faith, it is not based on ignorance. It is based on intentional. It is based on intentional. It is based on some level of intentional malice.
Let me give you what you want here, right?
And there's one more thing that needs to go there. Whether or not
the question Conrad needs to ask, like, if you had a political commentator who claimed to be left-wing and seems to be quite successful and quite seasoned, and they start going into Holocaust denial, like, is your explanation for that, like, are you going to call that anti-Semitic what percentage of the time? And it's really, if it's like less than 99, yeah, there's maybe, we're going to have to start thinking about, okay, what other reason could they be possibly doing this?
That conclusion based on their own ignorance, the necessity of you being aware of this as its own problem based on the fact that you are established as someone who should be more you are someone who should know better about that kind of stuff. That you are someone who people.
Okay, I don't really care about the meta. I don't care about the meta. So I really don't care about the meta. It is meta.
It is not a meta.
So, really, so let me ask the question, right? So
it is the function of conversation in news media that if you're someone people tune in to listen to, you need to have a level of expertise that you can gauge whether or not. Here's the question. If someone else is being a Holocaust denier, regardless of whether or not they are in good faith coming to that conclusion, the fact that you are willing to engage with that at any level prescribes bad faith to you for your unwillingness to actually consider whether or not what they're saying is correct.
So I obviously agree that.
Oh, are they talking about Crystal and about Breaking Point's bringing on that fucking dude, the Holocaust denier, the whatever his name is, the Iranian mountains guy, the Chinese dude?
Denying the Holocaust is highly correlated with anti-Semitism, and I would presume someone who does it is anti-Semitic. But the question is, does it necessarily make you so? Right? That's what the question is?
Yeah.
The question is two parts.
Wait, is that one of the questions?
If it doesn't make you yourself anti-Semitic.
Professor Zhang, yeah.
I'm asking wait. I just
make somebody else anti-Semitic.
Okay, so
I need to ask you that because I need to understand what your perspective is. Gauging whether or not
I'm giving you my answer, and it's totally clear and totally obvious. So I would presume someone who denies the Holocaust, the existence of the Holocaust, is anti-Semitic. I would presume that, given the amount of evidence that exists for the Holocaust, given the trend, given the association and the predictive power of such a guess. All right, so I would presume it. But the question is, it is possible to deny the existence of Holocaust without being anti-Semitic. And what I mean by that is just there's no contradiction, right?
If we're going by the definitions that you have placed on this, it is possible to not hate Jews and deny the Holocaust.
So
but
we agree.
It is not possible to be not anti-Semitic and deny the Holocaust. You are doing something that is in effect anti-Semitic. It is against Jews to deny the Holocaust, regardless of whether or not you come to that.
So now we need to
in good faith because you're an idiot.
LonerBox does not necessarily mean I enjoy his content.
That's true. You're probably trying to inspire me to do better. Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it.
We need to cash out then what we mean by anti-Semitic. Do you take some action to be anti-Semitic or some statement to be anti-Semitic if it just has the effect of increasing anti-Semitism?
No, careful. Not necessarily. That's like saying a fucking cop who reports on a gang rape in some community that already has anti-Semitic problems, and they publicize that the perpetrators were Jewish, and that, like, is that cop or press person, are they being anti-Semitic by doing that, even though that action will probably cause an increase in anti-Semitic violence? I would say no. I feel like they're just reporting on something that's true, that you shouldn't really forego the truth just because some truths might get weaponized by bigots, right? That's not really how we live in the world. It would depend on obviously how, but if, say, there was a gang rape somewhere and then someone on social media with no fucking evidence just started blasting that it was Jews that did it, and they've got a history of like not liking particular crimes, especially when they're being done by Jews, like having a special interest in crimes that are committed when they're committed by Jews, then yeah, that probably is anti-Semitic. So even though these are both the same statement, it depends on quite a lot of things.
Yes,
So if someone has a truthful expose on Israel and it's breaking news and it actually does like reveal something valuable to discourse and it shows that Israel committed some horrible act, and the instrumental effect of that news reporting is that it increases anti-Semitism by 0.02%, which is a significant amount, perhaps, let's say in the overall scheme, maybe it's like thousands of people. Would you say that
Can I jump on to bring another element to this? Oh, okay.
expose was anti-Semitic?
If you can reasonably gauge based on observation and critique that the expose was crafted in a way that the primary goal of it was to
there you go.
present
Right.
that thing.
So it's not just about the effect you cause, it's about what the goals are, right?
But it's
Agreed?
also not just about the goals. I don't think just the goals matter. It can also, I think what's relevant is how much regard you have for the truth. And also just, even if everything you're saying, there was a good Zizek argument for this that was like, even if everything you say is truthful, you can still be bigoted with information. For example, if you're in the UK and you have a special interest in rapists, and you're like, oh, I want to call out all the rapists. I'm going to call out rape. Okay, I fucking hate it. I hate the thing. But then you just start like every day reposting stories about Muslim grooming gangs, and every time a Muslim does a rape, that's the only thing that you post, because and that's all the information that people have on you, that this is what you're doing. When white people do it, you might put it, but you're not as interested. Your language is less venomous, whatever. Then yeah, people probably have a right to infer that you're racist, and accurately so. So you can do it even if everything you say about the grooming guys is all true. So shit. Hello?
Hello?
What can I do for you? You said you want to add a thing to this thing.
Oh, yes. I think when people are talking about anti-Semitism and like what is and isn't, a part that needs to be added to this is anti-Semitism is not merely hating Jews or thinking negatively of them. It's also like participating in or like perpetrating the conspiracy theories around Jews and kind of like propping up those like false narratives that lead to harm. So like presenting things in a way that reeks of the protocols or any of the other tropes that would lead to kind of the furtherance of that kind of ideology or conspiracy theory or legitimization of it, I think has to be taken into account when you're talking about anti-Semitism. Because like you can also be nice to a Jew by being anti-Semitic and be like, well, Jews are, controlling all the money, so I'm going to be friends with them. But that's still anti-Semitic, even if it's not discriminatory.
Yeah, that's kind of like the unique part. That's probably why, definitely why the whole thing with Morocco is like, you kind of like, it's really, there's no way you're doing that conspiracy theory without being anti-Semitic to a degree. Like to believe that Israel told Morocco to fucking send 50,000 dudes over to the Spanish border. Yeah, that's where you get into
because like you're furthering a narrative that causes harm to Jews. It doesn't have to be about holding hate in your heart,
Mm-hmm. But I feel like whenever I listen to these interviews of people from like who have left hate groups or people who have left the alt-right and all that, it seems to be like for any kind of bigotry, like with this kind of whether it's Muslims or Jews or anyone else, I feel like most of them do say that when they were even right in the heart of these movements, they didn't actually feel hatred for those groups. Like it was always very kind of detached in a sense that like they just had this kind of intellectual narrative around them in their head, rather than actually just like seeing someone who's black and thinking, like it's never like that kind of bigot is actually, I think, quite rare. It's like, I think to most people, bigotry is like a very abstract like narrative more than like a visceral disgust. But,
yeah. It also like makes sense because first of all, just being angry all the time like is not fun, but also like usually it's kind of compensating for other things that you don't want to confront. Like, why am I not as rich as I thought I would be? Oh, it's because of X group of people. So it's not that you're like it's kind of like making you feel better and soothe you. So like the notion that it's operating out of hate is kind of a bit of a misconception.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I just wanted to add that.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Who the fuck is Hermit Guy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Just a quick question on this. So like, let's say someone like Pisco, do you think that if someone said like in relation, because people like him like to separate like Zionism and anti-Semitism, like they really like to push that these are very separate concepts, let's say. So let's say you said like Zionism is a Jewish supremacy movement. Like, do you think that would be, do you think someone like Pisco would consider that anti-Semitic at all, to say Zionism is a Jewish supremacy movement?
Probably not.
Because like that's interesting, right? Because it's like, I mean, I feel like you've said similar things in the past where it's like, okay, well, when you say that, what you're really doing is you're denying an aspect of Jewish history, of Jewish persecution. You're denying, in saying that, you're denying any aspect of Zionism that is about Jews finding a refuge, finding like safety from being persecuted for many, many years. It's like, surely that's anti-Semitic in nature to deny that part, like such a big part of Jewish history, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why it gets you there, but the problem is that when people say supremacy, and they do this when they call like America or Britain still like white supremacist societies, then you boil them down to it, and then they're really just saying, "Oh yeah, well, it favors one group over the other, right?" And then, well, Israel obviously does favor Jews over the non-Jews, and then they would just say, "Well, it's actually that's why it's Jewish supremacy." But like, obviously, that's not what most people think when they hear it for the first time. This is a Jewish supremacy movement. What they actually think is more like this is a movement that is built on like racism and built on the idea that they think Jews have like a special right to dominate other races and to sideline other races just for its own sake, just because of superiority, not because of, you know, refuge and security and any other bullshit, right? But obviously, this is where you just get into that constant shape shifting with really broad words. The same thing as colonial, right? Or even with the whole thing about like saying Zionism is a racist endeavor. It's like, well, I mean, I guess one other race had to suffer a little bit, like even at the bare minimum, to allow Zionism to be a thing. And actually, in the end, they suffered quite a lot for it. So it's like, okay, well, how is that not racism? And you know, so.
I guess, yeah. I guess what I'm saying is this: it's like that pure denial of that pure focus on that one aspect, and the complete denial of any aspect of persecution involved. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like for any other group, if you like just blatantly denied any like that important aspect of their history, I feel like it would be immediately considered racist or whatever against that group.
Yeah, but it's another thing as well where I think people understand this when it's applied to other groups, but they just don't seem to. So, for example, I don't know why it's so acceptable to just call everything fucking Hasbara, right? When everyone knows it's bigoted when people call it fucking takia every time a Muslim says something that's wrong, right? or even if it's just like a mistake. So I think it's the same thing. Or when people who are obsessed with like the anti-Islam thing, and like half of what they do is they just quote the most barbaric or the most medieval sounding lines from the Quran to make their statement. It's like, well, all they're doing is quoting but you know, like people understand very easily why what they're doing is bigoted, but for Zionism, it somehow just doesn't go that way.
That's the thing, like, right? Like, I wonder for Pisco, if like for those direct comparisons with Islam, like, would he ever give this much, I guess, charity? I don't know. Maybe he would be consistent, but it's just hard to imagine, at least in his real life, not in like this debate kind of context, like him. It's hard to imagine him feeling like that's not immediately Islamophobic.
Well, yeah, because it's like, again, it's because of just how casually all of the worst opinions that ever come out of Israel is so easily used to paint the entire nation, right? Like that fucking Professor Dave video, like all of this, like, oh, here's a TikToker, here's a far-right Knesset member, here's someone in the government whose party got 5% of the vote. This is the whole country. He literally said that, right? But we know, picture a British political commentator who puts on a video of some fucking cleric in Qatar talking about how immigration is demographic jihad and how it's actually good that Muslims are going to Europe so that they can outbreed them and replace and conquer the continent back for Islam that way or whatever. Like, those people do exist, but we know that any commentator who uses that clip and then overlays it with a footage of a street in London that's got lots of Arabic shops, right? Then it's like, okay, well, we know what they're doing there. They're trying to apply like the most extreme of opinions and applying it to the majority of the people and also to their actions. But yeah, we understand it very well when it happens with different groups. It's just we have to get familiar with the narratives and you have to get familiar with like the underlying facts of the matter. And I think when it comes to Israel and like our anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, then I think it is just because there are so many fucking knowledge gaps that you have to plug, or the things that you have to correct. And there's just like, yeah, that's probably why it's so difficult for it to click with people. I do think people genuinely don't see it, like they with the information that they have. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it's just become so normalized, like all of that language as well. It's like it's hard to push through, I guess, for the average person who's politically involved. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All good, man. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Yes.
If you're engaging in a conversation with someone in good faith about a topic, then yes.
Why do you love Israel? Mostly for the 7K and the wife. Churro, thanks for the 5 gifties. Appreciate it.
But we're talking about Holocaust denial. We are not talking about whether or not someone can effectively report
I know
on Israel.
that. No, I know that. But no, we're just trying to cash out your definition of anti-Semitism, and you were presented a hypothetical in which there. Wait.
What we're doing? What we're doing right now is trying to figure out whether or not anti-Semitism is an action you can perform and not just something you can believe.
So if it's tied to a given purpose, I would agree that like maybe some actions can be characterized anti-Semitic if the purpose of the action is discriminating on the basis of Judaism, whatever. But that's not the purpose of this expose that I gave, right?
Okay. We need to take a sidestep for a second because I need to establish something here.
What?
Why is it your belief that someone perpetuating hate or bigotry against a specific group has to be something intentional in order to be labeled as such?
I just understand that bias is like a state of mind. And so it's going to bear, someone's state of mind is going to bear on, I just understand those terms definitionally. And maybe you mean something different.
In that case,
that's just what I understand it to be.
I think that's something that we can drill down. I think that's something that we can drill down on in itself.
That's what I'm trying to do, right? So I'm trying to give you an example. Wait, let me just finish.
Yes, but by applying all these examples to it, I think we're muddying it.
I'm trying to give you, no, I'm trying to,
I'm saying that if something can be an unconscious bias,
suppose there's no unconscious bias.
Not label it as
right. So suppose
label it based on the consequences of it.
I'm giving you. Okay, I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of an action which has the instrumental effect of increasing anti-Semitism, but which isn't motivated either by a conscious or unconscious bias against Jews. That was the expose example. And my question for you was,
presenting it in such a way as to defend your own position because you're staking it on the claim of good faith that they aren't.
I'm gonna have to start to remember all of my Kyle Kalinske fucking takes. Was he the one who said that Trump is doing what he's doing in Iran because Epstein had something on him? Was that Kalinske? Because the Israeli government has got information on him because of Epstein. He said that during the PV thing. What PV thing? I know he said that. I just can't remember where I can get that video. I would have to go back. Maybe it got uploaded.
Trying to do that.
No, I am
saying
yes, I am assuming that. Yes,
that don't necessarily apply to that.
Yes. I'm just trying to.
You're not taking what I'm saying to its logical conclusion in order to extrapolate.
I'm just trying to understand what you mean by anti-Semitism. And so in this example, it wouldn't be anti-Semitic, right? Because there is no bias, conscious or otherwise, right?
But at a certain point in this conversation, it changed from whether or not I can believe something can be anti-Semitic and whether or not I believe.
Israel's policy was that you can kill 50 civilians for one low-level Hamas guy. That's why there was a massacre every day. Yeah, I'm curious because when I've been looking at these databases, some of them, for the Islamic Jihad commanders, a few of them do map on to Air Wars incidents. So because Air Wars had the list of incidents and you could see the strike and how many people died and everything else. For these releases, I can see a few of them. I haven't gone through that many yet, but it seems like every single one I'm seeing, most of these strikes are like the guy died in his home alongside like his wife. Or like a wife and his kid. I think a wife with 2 kids. Like I'm seeing like 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4. I'm not seeing these 1 to fucking 50s for squad commanders. Like I have no idea why people believe this. But I don't know. Maybe if there are particular incidents that like are definitely demonstrating that, then sure. But so far, I've managed to map on maybe like a dozen of Air Wars instances because they haven't done that many yet. But I mean, 1 to 50 right now would be true if the only people, if Hamas and Islamic Jihad have released every single name and the only people that Israel killed were commanders. Because Islamic Jihad have released at least like the names of just under 1,000 commanders, and they're the smaller group. But if you're gonna say that this was like a regular thing, that was regular to have like 50 people or even 30 or 40 getting killed for one person, then you can show me. But I'm yet to see that. Sorry.
Believe that bias is necessary in order for something to be discriminatory.
Okay, so then define
And I don't understand why that's the question.
I'm gonna write down.
Very plainly see that there are some actions that are just inherently against a group of people,
really
and so therefore,
here.
whether or not someone meant it or not, that has to be labeled as such.
So if you're just almost every day there's mass casualty events. Come on, box. Okay, so you haven't seen it. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. You haven't seen it. You don't have the evidence. That's good. That's good. What number went up one day? Do you know how many fucking strikes there were and how many operations there were every day as well? I thought you were saying that every day there was that these are individual strikes with 50 people.
Otherwise,
Whatever.
we risk losing the entire
Fucking
concept
useless.
of bias, ignorance, and bigotry to the idea that we have to assume everyone is acting in such good faith that no one could ever actually be perpetuating it.
So then I don't understand your concept of anti-Semitism, and just describe it for me. Define what you mean by anti-Semitism so I understand it.
Yes. Let's go.
I ascribe
What is it?
Okay, for the purposes, it's...
I'm writing it down.
Just use the IHRA definition. It's actually, if you actually read it, it's basically fine. There's maybe like one sentence in it that isn't even necessarily needed for anti-Semitism, but like you could maybe quibble with, but people just fucking lie about it. Like, which is weird because it's such a small page. It's such a short page for the definition, but everyone hates it. Mostly because they lie about it, because they say it just conflates Israel with Jews, or because it says criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic, even though they actually say the complete opposite. But what is it? Let's go.
Answer what?
Yeah.
Fair. In order to answer that question holistically, I need to basically put it. I need to describe it a little bit more nebulously than I would describe something like just flat out racism, because anti-Semitism has a whole lot of other things that come along with it, based on the way that it has.
Like this is where I am so far. I don't know. Maybe Tom Shepard, you've got better research. Let's say I've got something here like Salim Jumashura. I think it's the one I got recently. Commander. This guy was from the military ambulance department in the Khan Yunis Brigade. He was also a nurse at the Ministry of Health and a teacher. He was killed at the entrance of the Emirati Crescent Hospital in Rafah. But as far as his obituary goes, I don't think they claimed that he was killed like in a massive group of people, or like even sizable. What did this post say? Usually they'll say how many people were killed with them. Wait, what? The fuck? Why won't it do the see more? A treacherous bombing that targeted the entrance. Like normally here they would say who died alongside him. So that's why I'm just curious. I don't know. There's a few of these though. I'm sure I'll come across them. I heard that of like one strike where I think the deadliest individual airstrike of the war so far was that one where there was a building with like 120 people in it. And all we got was that the guy said that the idea said that the person who ordered the strike thought that the building had been evacuated. But that was a very exceptional incident. There was the one that killed Mohammed Daif, which killed like 90 people, although he was with other people as well. So, oh wait, is this actually the strike? Wait, what's this one here? So here's one as well. This is actually on a tent. Okay, so this is Mohammed Jabbar Abu Mustafa, commander of the operations unit in the Khan Yunis Brigade. He was also the founder and executive director of a youth center. Okay. Killed by a drone strike in a tent. And this is giving you the exact incident. So, Al-Nimsawi. An Israeli drone attacked the tent of a displaced person in the Al-Nimsawi area southwest of Khan Yunis at approximately 11:20, resulting in the death of one of them. See, this one killed one. And obviously they don't say, but he was a soldier. He was a soldier hiding in a fucking... hiding in a tent. Mohammed Jabbar Abu Mustafa, 38. Hey, what the fuck? Okay, there he is. Khan Yunis Brigade Operations Unit. But it's going to take a while to go through all that shit. It's going to take, again, from looking at individual strikes, where you can actually map these on to where there's already reporting on the incident specifically. It does seem like the average I'm seeing is like 3 or 4 people die in these strikes. I know there are strikes where more people died, like 20 or something, but why you think that these were all like, but why you're saying that that's like one low-level militant for 20 civilians? I'm not getting why you believe that, why you claim to know that, especially when Hamas haven't released all the names yet. Like maybe there's just one soldier hanging around with 20 people quite close to him, and there's no weapons cache and there's no equipment or there's no infrastructure. It's just the one guy they're going after. But again, just show me. I'm just waiting. And you need a bit more than just, oh yeah, well, we called them and they said, nah, nothing to see here.
Historically been applied.
Whether it comes along with it, I just need to understand what it is. Okay, so there could be things that come with it. I need to know what it is. So tell me what it is. What is anti-Semitism, on your view?
At its base level, it is. At its base level, it is.
You get a brain freeze.
Trying to figure out the most specific words I can apply to this.
I don't know, like people, this is so fun. Like, think about, there are so many things that people just know, but you can't. I was thinking this the other day of like defining like what's a melody. I don't know why that came. I was thinking about definitions like words that we know but can't that we can't define. I'm like, you have to sit there for a good while to actually come up with a sentence that doesn't sound completely fucking retarded.
In order to like really nail it down.
Sure.
If I wanted to apply as few words as possible to it, I think.
No, I want you to get it accurate. So just take your time.
It is.
Take a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, take a few minutes. You can look up some dictionary stuff. I'm not pressuring you. I just want to make sure it's accurate. Yeah, I'll listen. Listen, I can deafen myself, or I can mute myself, and I'll listen to music, and you just take your time.
I don't think that's necessary. I think that I should be able to come up with something off the cuff, even if it doesn't 100% work for the sake of being able to.
I'm willing to work with you. Yeah, I'm not. It's okay. These are like difficult questions sometimes, so that's fine.
I think that part of me calling
prejudice plus power, easy, absolutely no chance.
And today was just to try to get some more practice in with this anyway.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm not using the word like as much. I listened back to the.
Don't worry, man.
Twitter space. That
it's not. It just reps, bro. It's just reps.
It killed me listening to myself say like.
Oh, bro. Word. It's a different thing, right? Like making video essays is a different skill.
Who the fuck, dude?
Then
I am much better at scripts. Yeah.
Yeah. I can tell you what I mean by it. I mean, I just kind of take anti-Semitism.
That's what I was. Yeah.
You want me to do it or no?
There's a definition that I really like that is probably going to send this conversation into a death spiral, but I feel like I have to use it.
Okay.
I know what's coming.
The way I best understand anti-Semitism is that it is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary.
More than is absolutely necessary.
Just to be clear, when I say that, it's kind of a quip. It's not like it's not a definition. I was hoping Pisco would kind of understand what's being implied by that sentence, but holy shit, that's funny, man. That's crazy memes. So there is a level of hatred of Jews that is necessary by implication. What is the necessary? You see, I would say that any level of hatred for Jews is not necessary. Oh no!
It's really fun. It's a really fun meaning, isn't it?
I think that there are like major issues with it.
There are so many implications to what that actually means, isn't there?
Yeah, it implies at some level of necessary.
So there are, yeah. That's not true. That's not incorrect.
Like,
so hatred of Jews.
You were to blame for this. I don't know. I refuse to believe that. When I say that, I'm saying that's your definition, okay? When someone asks you to define anti-Semitism, you supply them with that, okay? And send them on their way.
Anti-Semitism is different from other forms of bigotry and bias because it comes prepackaged with a lot of ideas about where Jews are placed in society and what the effect of actually having bias against them is. So it's not just like seeing a black person and thinking that that person is more likely to beat me up and steal my wallet. It's about looking at someone and putting up like entire social structures around them that place them in a category that is entirely separate from everybody else.
Wow.
For the average anti-Semite who is knowingly anti-Semitic, it is basically saying that this person on the street is connected to a centuries, if not millennia old history of influencing the way society has been run in a way that has been done to benefit them at the expense of everybody else.
This is actually why this is a good explanation of why anti-Semitism is different from other forms of bigotry, in the sense that not many forms of bigotry uphold the group, like the outgroup, as dominant, right? Usually when you're bigoted against someone, it's because you feel like you're above them, like you feel like you're smarter than them, or you're more capable than them, or like you deserve to have more money than them, and all this shit. Like, this is like anti-black racism, or anti-gypsy, or even anti-gay, and so like, because they're doing it the wrong way, or anti-trans, they're mentally ill. Like, it's always belittling. Whereas with Jews, it's kind of both. Like, the Jews are belittled, but they're also elevated by bigots. Like, bigots will assume them to be so much more coordinated and so much more intelligent and so much more in control of everything than they actually are. And that's why part of anti-Semitism is like when you see Jewish influence like everywhere, right? Or when you see Israeli influence everywhere. Because again, like you can't just say it's a coincidence that like, well, this person uses all the same tropes that anti-Semites would use for Jews, but they just happen to be doing it on the state that's Jewish. Like, yeah.
And using other systems within society to cause harm to others who would get in their way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just raise an objection right now, which is like the distinct history concept that you're invoking here, because obviously like the prejudice against black people has a distinct history, especially in America. I mean, a lot of these hatreds have distinct histories. Hatred of the Romani people, distinct history. Hatred of...
Yes, but the difference is the hate against Jews isn't built out of thinking that a Jewish person is inferior for their immutable characteristics. It's about thinking that that person has control over the way your life runs.
I mean, it depends, right?
Like, of course, fucking Doobie in with the autistic fucking jackpot. It's not actually necessary to hate anyone for their ethnicity, race, or religion, even a little bit. Okay. You got him, bro. To be fair, I don't know why Conduit like presented it like it was a serious definition.
I mean, if you look at what the Nazis
see, this
it wasn't just
from the chosen people, quote unquote, a special bigotry. Who could have guessed? Now, I would have thought that left-wingers were the first ones to explain how anti-Semitism is an exceptional form of bigotry because of how differently it expresses itself. But it's interesting here that this the quote chosen people a special bigotry, who could have guessed? See, this is the kind of thing that's indistinguishable from what an anti-Semite would say. If someone tries to explain the specificity of anti-Semitism versus other forms of bigotry, and they go, oh, of course the chosen people get a special form of bigotry. Like, that's what an anti-Semite would say, right? And this person, I assume, has no anti-Semitic thoughts in their head ever, but they're talking like an anti-Semite. It's crazy.
Just about level of power.
Wrong in stuff.
It was related to a racial hierarchy that had a different conceptual foundation other than, yes, of course, they influence events, Judeo-Bolshevism, but I don't think it's intrinsic to anti-Semitism that it relates, like, there are plenty of contexts in which, and they're often associated. I just don't think it's, dependent necessarily on it. I agree that is a trope. That is like a very, very powerful trope that goes along with anti-Semitism.
Pisco wants to debate bad empanada. Good. I mean, I hope he's ready to deal with the fallout from that shit, but yeah, whatever.
But I don't know. I think that there's also tropes of, related to black people and related, like, animalistic tropes and tropes related to violence. Distinct, I get it that there's specific aspects to the hatred of Jews which are unlike other kinds of hatred, and I totally grant that. But I'm not sure why we should incorporate those features into the term itself. Maybe we should, but you know what? Like, that's fine. That's fine. I'm happy to work with you. I'm happy to work with you.
Because the meaning, it establishes how fluid the meaning of anti-Semitism is, such that the way that you can take a look at something and decide whether or not it's anti-Semitism based on the individual action compared to the whole and the intent gives it more leeway to exist and permeate within society compared to other forms of bigotry that have a much more direct and immediate impact.
Okay, so we have the concept. The concept is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. So you would say that there's some amount of hatred of Jews that isn't anti-Semitic by definition.
No, I'm saying that there is some level of...
We're taking it literally. What this means, the hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary, is just you can hate someone who happens to be Jewish when they've done something bad. That's perfectly fine. Like, you can. It's like saying again, if like the Jewish country does something bad, then of course you should shit on them for it, right? Like, that makes sense. The problem is when you get into a territory where your hatred is so selective and it is where your animosity is so disproportionate that there is a certain threshold there where people are just going to start to think like, okay, why is this country so special to you? Like, really? And there's not really any other logical explanation for it. So I can understand the UN passing resolutions against Israel, right? What I don't understand is how there can be entire years where the General Assembly will pass more resolutions against Israel than against every other country on earth combined. In 2022, they did this. As in 2022, when Russia had invaded Ukraine, right? Israel got more than twice as many UN resolutions against them than Russia got. So, and that would probably give one cause to assume, well, okay, well, the General Assembly, that's basically just every country votes on a motion. We know that the bloc of Muslim and Arab countries, like 50 plus of them, will like to use the UN quite aggressively, and we know that most of the world is still quite anti-Semitic. Actually, most of the world did not go through the same fucking anti-bigoted enlightenment, whatever the small part of the world did. So yeah, that sounds like anti-Semitism to me, or it sounds like anti-Semitism to me when people are so quick to believe, when people just happen to hate the Jewish country, the one Jewish country in the world, so much that they are just so ready to believe things that are like physically impossible, right? Like why is Albanese, a fucking expert on the Palestinian territories, apparently, trying to claim that more under fives died in this war in Gaza than have ever existed in Gaza at a single time? Like, why is she trying to claim that? And why is she trying to claim that still 70% of the deaths are women and children, even though the health ministry disowned that figure over almost 2 years ago now? No, over 2 years ago. But this year she's still doing it. And it's like, well, or why are people so quick to believe that Israel is fucking systematically training dogs to rape prisoners? Because a couple of weirdos on the internet said that they heard about it from soldiers, maybe. Like, come on. Or why are people so quick to believe that Israel's got this new technology that we've never seen any footage of that can vaporize human bodies? And there's not a single trace left, meaning the death toll must be hundreds of thousands higher than it actually. Like, when you get to that level, like, that's what I call hating more than is absolutely necessary. It's like the level of the disproportionality with which people direct that righteous fury towards with Israel, even to the point that they're willing to start excusing and start sympathizing with some of the most brutal regimes on the planet, to the point that you'll start supporting dictatorships and terrorist organizations and murderous militias and theocracies just because of this one country that you don't like. And it's like, okay, well, that you're making me think that your motive is not, it's not humanitarian. It doesn't sound humanitarian when you get to that point, right? That sounds like something else is motivating you.
Sort of.
Okay, so what is the kind of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be anti-Semitic?
The main argument that we are currently having is about...
no. What is Jewish? What is Judenhass that's not anti-Semitic? Let's go. Thank you for bringing that question up, Conduit. Shit.
Whether or not consciousness is necessary for something to be labeled as hate against a group or as like an action that can be hateful towards group.
So can you give me an example of hatred of Jews? Can you give me an example of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be anti-Semitic?
Okay, I just want to say
if you
one
get
thing.
mad at a settler for doing a crime. But again, that's like, I think he took hatred of Jews to mean like actual anti-Jew bigotry, like actually just hating the Jew, not like the platonic Jew.
I think to one person in chat, I am not downplaying anti-black racism. I am very specifically saying that it is a different type.
Don't worry about the chat, man. Just talk to me. Don't worry about the chat.
That one specific thing bothered me compared to everything else because I just wanted to like.
But okay, but I think people have an issue with this. Like,
minimize the chat, so I stopped.
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
I understand that I am having a hard time with some of this. Like I said.
Oh, you're good. Guys, I like Conduit. I don't think that he's coming in here to downplay racial prejudice. And we're trying to work with the concept. We're trying to get to the right answers. We're working in good faith. So I would appreciate if you guys give him the benefit of the doubt. You can critique him, but just try not to like assume that he's racist or some shit. Okay? Appreciate that.
Try.
I closed the chat anyway.
Okay, great.
It was a mistake to have it open in the first place.
I think one issue
if
that
if they don't get through this explaining that, I want maybe I'll see if I want to talk to Pisco. I'll see how this finishes.
And listen, I made a mistake too when
it's probably
I
gonna
answered
end
too
soon,
quickly
right?
that the
Because
person wouldn't be doing a racist action, the owner. That was a mistake. I should have said it is racist by definition, the action, because it's by definition discriminating on the basis of race.
True.
I made that mistake and I cleared it up. And so it's okay to make mistakes. It's fine. And I own it. Okay. So, all right. We're on to the concept that you've invoked, which is the best way to understand anti-Semitism is, quote, it is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary.
True.
I think people are going to have an issue with that because it implies that there's some amount of hatred of Jews, which would definitionally be not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's the weird part of it. Is what?
I don't understand.
I'm trying to get into, like, the way this is all so incredibly nebulous that it's very hard to like distinguish as something that is happening in a way that you can very plainly point to, and anybody who's looking at it would be able to agree with you. Part of the problem with anti-Semitism is that when it's not just like the happy merchant.
Yeah, but like
generally speaking,
it feels like all instances of hatred of Jews.
You can take any individualized incident and say, well, that isn't based on anti-Semitism. This other thing over here happened, and so.
But that's not hating Jews, right? We just be like, that wouldn't be hating Jews. That would just be hating a person.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So let's take what we just said, where like a person can take a look at something and say, like, no, it's not that. There's this other justified reason.
Yeah, I just wouldn't call that hating Jews, right? Like you would never say
bring it.
Go ahead.
And bring it towards like what Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinske do when they say that it's.
I'm not clear on the concept yet. No, I want
Israel.
I can't actualize it. I don't understand it yet. I want to work with it. So let's work with it. Some examples so I understand it. I want to know what you're talking about.
What do you mean by actualize?
I mean, apply it.
Yeah.
Apply it to the conduct of Crystal Ball.
I'm not trying to be pedantic here. Like you're saying that you're having trouble.
I'd have to brush up on his clips, but I feel like you could do that quite easily with Kyle Kalinske, you know?
Conduit needs to employ a quick 10-minute tangent on Shlomo Ben-Ami.
Thank you for the $10. Yeah, 100%.
Well, actualizing it.
Where does the quote of hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary come from? I can find it. It's ironic because it comes from a Jew. Like I think it was like a rabbi or something that said it. Let me see. I found my books folder because I put all my books in a folder because I'm clever. Let's see. Wait, I've got the physical copy of this book. Do I have it? Yes, I do. All right. Yeah, only a Jew would make that joke, wouldn't they? Like about anti-Semitism, would give you that definition. Otherwise, it might be problematic. You know. Okay, absolutely. Sacha Baron Cohen, good one. Oh, someone knew it. Isaiah Berlin. Anti-Semitism, ironized Isaiah Berlin, is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. By same token, much of the anti-Israel diatribe is sometimes a magnified cocktail of undeniable truths mixed with dubious assertions, sincere sympathy for the Palestinians' plight, old anti-Semitic atavisms, and sheer ignorance. Israel's critics too frequently defeat their case by their grotesque coupling of legitimate solidarity with Palestine with an anti-Jewish incentive that degenerates into a supposedly politically correct form of anti-Semitism. The vilification of Israel and her singling out for opprobrium in such noxious terms as are never used against other states has gone long beyond legitimate criticism, for it has turned into an international character assassination. What the fuck is this? This guy is he's very erudite, he's very educated, Ben-Ami. He loves literature. He's got like Shakespeare on books on like taking up one of his entire wall in his bookcase. Israel's actions are often described by her critics in obscenely disproportionate terms. Yeah, he talks about the Jenin massacre. That was crazy, man. The Jenin massacre and the shit that people said about that. Oh, fuck. A British newspaper editorialized in 2002 that Israeli actions in Jenin, a fierce urban battle in which 23 Israeli soldiers and 52 Palestinians, some of whom excelled at blowing up buses and kindergartens, died, were, quote, every bit as repellent as the terrorist attacks of September 11th that left behind the staggering death toll of 3,000 innocent civilians. Others prefer Holocaust metaphors. Obscenities like the late writer Jose Saramago's comparing Jenin to Auschwitz are not rare. A cruel urban battle with a moderate number of casualties, compare this to Grozny, to the Kasbah of Algiers, or to Najaf and Fallujah, has been likened to a death factory where 30,000 Jews were murdered daily. The Holocaust, Thomas Keneally wrote in Schindler's Ark, is a gentile problem, not a Jewish one. Is it Gentile, sorry. In a seemingly paradoxical insight, the psychiatrist Zvi Rex quipped that Europe will probably never forgive the Jews for Auschwitz. The late Israeli author and peace activist Amos Oz used to say that one day the Jewish state would probably make peace with Islam, but its conflict with the Christian West has all the traits of eternity. That's Spain. I'm just thinking of Spain. Mad. Anyway.
By actualizing it, you mean applying it?
Applying the metric to this other metric.
I am saying that they have performed. I am saying that, like, if they have performed actions that enable the spread of anti-Semitism from the fact that they are engaging with it in a way that they don't call it out or at some level agree with it, despite the fact that it is very clearly incorrect, and they should be aware of that fact for themselves because they present themselves as people who should be knowledgeable about it.
We're way too far in. Like, all I'm saying is I need to understand a concept before I'm able to see whether or not they're in conformity or out of conformity with it, right? It's like imagine that you just said, I have this new concept. It's called, flarg. And I'm like, this is the concept of flarg. And I need you to know whether or not Crystal and Kyle are doing flarg. And I'm like, well, I don't understand flarg. I need to know flarg before I know whether or not Crystal and Kyle are in conformity with flarg. That's why I need to do the work in this conceptual analysis. We need to spend some time on this concept. Otherwise, it's just going to be, I'm not going to understand what we're saying.
Okay, so anti-Semitism is disliking Jews more than is absolutely necessary. They dislike Israel for the valid reason of being against the war.
You're applying it. I need to understand it first. You're jumping to. I just told you something, right? I need to understand this concept before I can apply it.
Okay.
Yeah, he does need to understand it, Conduit. We're fucked. I don't think he knows what it means.
Is that reasonable? So I can't apply this concept without understanding it.
But I need to understand something because I think that applying something provides an example that you can draw a definition out of, and you seem to be saying that we need to establish a definition before we can apply it. Why is it that you can't pull a definition and understanding from a person's actions as they happen compared to needing someone to lay out the steps of how it works beforehand?
Because the examples of Crystal and Kyle are not stylized.
I think also maybe it's because I don't know if the chat are like that, but it might be that people are so conditioned to believe that people who complain about anti-Semitism are actually anti-Semitic themselves, that's why they so reflexively jumped on that quote as if it's not like without even thinking for a second about what it means.
And so I'm not able to isolate the different metrics and sufficient conditions such that it would help me understand this concept. I mean, you can try, but it's probably not going to bring clarity. I'm telling you that.
Even Tony, who's heard me say that 1 billion times, what's an example of somebody hating Jews that isn't anti-Semitic? It's funny.
My questions will bring clarity because
being very literal.
I'm going to.
Why was the coverage of Janine so butchered? Because the PLO, I think it was Erekat, told CNN before. So basically, Janine was during the Second Intifada. Like the IDF went into Janine. Specifically the refugee camp area, to clear out Hamas and mostly Islamic Jihad, actually, or disproportionately Islamic Jihad, because a pretty disproportionate amount of the suicide bombings of the Intifada had come out of Jenin. I think there was like 20 or so attempts, some of them successful, had come out of this area. And a lot of people who were Palestinian Authority security workers were also involved as well, it turned out. So, or people who had been in jail but just let out really quickly afterwards. So the IDF goes into this area, and the leading commander of Islamic Jihad, and it's written in his obituary, interestingly, had basically just rigged like all of the houses with explosives. And they had basically like just turned the place into a fortress. So when the IDF went in to take these people out, they lost about 23 soldiers for 52 Palestinians, meaning that like this is probably the best like our guys to their guys ratio that Palestinians have ever achieved. I think just over half of the 52 were confirmed 100% to be soldiers, 27 militants, and this is according to Human Rights Watch. But because a lot of the fighting involved rigging buildings with explosives, and most of this happened just like in houses, like just door to door going through houses. The IDF decided to bar the press from going inside when the battle was going on, and the press were outside, so they were only getting information from like Palestinian authorities or from the IDF. So Erekat on April 12th during the battle said, or just after the battle, said that Israel was doing this so that they could hide the bodies of all the women and children. And the PA Secretary General told the press that thousands had been killed and were getting buried in mass graves. And then some of these journalists hearing this from the outside, there's one video, I think, of a journalist literally saying that she could smell the bodies like burning, even though there were no bodies getting burned. Yeah. So it's just, because I guess she probably smelled like, I don't know, smoke from the weapons or whatever, like, but just because she read this in the paper, she thought it was bodies burning. And then the Palestinian authorities settled on a number of 500 deaths, as well as injuries and disappearances. But when the press were allowed in and when they were not able to find these bodies and everything else, then very quickly the story died. But before the walk back, this lasted like 2 weeks, I think. You had like the UN envoy for the Middle East saying that this was like horrifying scenes of human suffering. There were people talking about large numbers of civilian dead were underneath like the bulldozed ruins. That was a forensic expert from Amnesty saying that, just with no evidence. There were people saying that, there was just like a lot of words spreading about this like Bosnia style massacre that had just happened. And people were comparing it to Bosnia, people were comparing it to Chechnya, people were comparing it to the Holocaust, at least a couple of times. You compared Jenin to Auschwitz. And it was on April 25th, so just under 2 weeks after the battle, when they walked everything back. And Human Rights Watch said there was no evidence to sustain claims of massacres or large-scale extrajudicial executions. Yeah. So it was just completely put in the hands of the PLO to put out that number, and everyone's imaginations just kind of ran with it.
Simplify things and make them really, really easy to understand, and not just have a bunch of potential confounding factors. That's why I don't think it's a good approach.
So I'm going to lay it out in as few steps as possible. John Mearsheimer promotes the conspiracy theories about Israel. John Mearsheimer is brought on to Breaking Points as a trustworthy source. The result is, because he's taken as a trustworthy source, people believe him about the conspiracy theories about Israel. Therefore, that is enabling and spreading anti-Semitism, correct?
It depends what you mean by anti-Semitism, which is what I'm having an issue with. That's what we were exploring.
I don't understand why it would require more exploration at that point if we understand that's there's.
Did you forget how we got here? We're trying to. So you were asking me whether this is anti-Semitic, and we were just trying to ground out your meaning of anti-Semitism. So it's like we are trying to get what you mean by anti-Semitism, and you're asking me whether something's anti-Semitic. That's going to turn on what you mean. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. Guy's a fucking dipshit.
I understand conceptually, but in application, I don't know how to actually describe this any further without providing an example. That
we can work with it together.
Otherwise, we're just going to go in conceptual circles about what can and can't be anti-Semitic or racist.
Well, then I'm not going to be able to answer your question if I don't understand the concept you're invoking. I can tell you what I mean by anti-Semitic, or what I understand it to be, or we can work with what you gave me.
See, this is what's crazy. This article, sorry, I'm so sidetracked. This article was on May 6th. So this is after the walkback from the UN and from Human Rights Watch, and when they've confirmed that more than half of the Palestinians killed were soldiers. And what they now knowing why so many houses blew up and all that shit. What did this person say? Hang on. Was this the one who called it 9/11? Oh no, this is them. No, never mind. This is before. They're just talking about the way people commented on it. Okay, I see. The Independent. Oh, okay. I see. Never mind. This is not one of the shitheads. This is one of the people commenting on the shitheads. So April 16th. What did they say? I'm just going to write this in so I remember it. Phil Reeves, Independent, a monstrous war crime that Israel has tried to cover up for a fortnight has finally been exposed. Times and Telegraph. Oh yeah, they all quote one individual. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Fortnite, like the video game. Flossing.
To give me your example then.
My example or my meaning of the term?
So, your meaning, sorry.
Yeah, I understand anti-Semitism to be prejudice or hatred or dislike of an individual because they're Jewish.
Okay. But we've already established that it does not necessarily require prejudice in order to do something that is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I think that actions can be described that literally discriminate on the basis of those protected traits. I think could also that's another.
So do you think that
but just to be hang on a second. Hang on a second. So I'll explain. They're kind of two different concepts, right? So one is this kind of dispositional attitude, and another is taking a look at an action to see whether it literally discriminates. And those are two separate concepts of anti-Semitism. And I acknowledge both things. They're just different things. They're different usages of the term. Now, if you ask whether or not what breaking points does fulfills the first usage, as you've described so far, no. Whether it fulfills the second, as you described, no.
Does spreading conspiracy theories about a group constitute fomenting hatred against that group because...
Oh, that's another equivocation, right? So is that what you mean by is that what you mean about anti-Semitism? Is fomenting hatred?
I am struggling to.
Yeah, we're running into the same issue, right? It's a conceptual issue.
What I am struggling with is your conception of how to apply definitions of words to actions, because what I am trying to convey is that there is a material harm in lying about groups, whether you knowingly or unknowingly spread those lies, and you seem to be of the opinion that because these lies have a different word or intent to them, that those conclusions about whether or not they qualify as like bad.
That's a whole different thing.
I feel like I'm losing the definition of words as we're talking about this, because
let's just go slowly then, right? So I just understand words, what they mean to be, how they're used, right? And so there is a usage of a term like racism or anti-Semitism. I think the main usage of the term is about a dispositional subjective belief, right? When people say he's racist,
our conspiracy.
Are you listening to me when I'm talking, bro? That's a question.
I am listening to you, but I am also like trying to hold on to the meaning that I have in my own head, so as to apply that to what you're saying. And I feel like what we're getting stuck on is intent in action.
So I understand the main concept of these terms.
I feel like we need to like just break down these things conceptually to whether or not they qualify as...
If you don't know you're lying, aren't you just wrong? Yes, but then that would lead you into a question of like how respectful are they being to the entire concept of truth, right? Like how much regard are they having for the truthfulness of their statement? So Trump might genuinely believe that he won the election in 2020. Did he pursue that, or did he arrive at that conclusion with any care for the truth? No, he didn't give a fuck. So it doesn't, especially if we're talking about political pundits, it matters like whether or not you have a good reason for believing the disinformation that you believe. Oh wait, what was this? Did someone call Janina fucking genocide in the Evening Standard? No way. Oh, this is all the quotes from the international press. Hundreds dead. Yeah, okay. Fucking IDF spokesman said it. Jesus. Everyone was at it. Chechnya, Sierra Leone, Kosovo. Yep, someone at the Evening Standard called it a genocide. That's crazy. Evening Standard calls a massacre and a cover-up of genocide. That's crazy. That's wild. Be right back. Hello. What is this? I think we might be getting Pisco on. Let's see. We need music. We'll see what he says.
As actions that we can then apply meaning to. So, are conspiracy theories bad?
Not necessarily, no.
Depends.
Okay. And the common understanding of what a conspiracy theory is, such that we do not need to reasonably extrapolate that there are a handful of possible exceptions. Are conspiracy theories bad?
The connotation is bad, but it's not necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, let's call. Okay. You said you want to call me. Oh, yeah, okay. Hello.
Test. How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
You're insanely quiet. Wait, maybe, did I turn you down last time we spoke? No.
Maybe.
You're at 100 now.
Okay, well, listen. I have some Japanese, like, neighbors right now, and so I don't want to be that loud.
Okay. That's fine.
Is that cool?
I'll double your volume. It's okay.
Sick. I'm drinking a beer. I hope that's all right with you.
I'll make an exception, okay?
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you spill your beer?
You could say I kind of did. You could sort of say that.
You didn't get it on your equipment, did you?
I got it all everywhere. All my equipment, man. I gotta say, it's everywhere. But
No.
I'm dealing with it. Anyway, you want to talk about Jews?
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, so I'm listening to your conversation with Conduit, and I got a little bit fucking whiplash from
Sure.
hearing my own words getting. So he brought up that thing, hating Jews. No, anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. I was like, oh no, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I didn't know
obviously, I
what
don't
that
say
meant.
that as but I don't think I ever said that you should go out into the world and use that as a concrete definition. It was more of a quip. But
I didn't know it came from you.
I didn't come up with it
mean,
myself. It's like a joke from some fucking, I think it's like a rabbi or some poet or something. I don't know. It's like obviously it's a joke from a Jewish person because it's like tongue in cheek. But I was actually curious. What do you think that quote means? Or like as a quip?
My guess is it's something like that disproportionate critique of someone who is Jewish is an indication of anti-Semitism. But again, maybe it's a quip. It's kind of like there's a lot of like self I don't know, hatred, or like, I don't it's like self what's it when you like not you rag on yourself, whatever that term is. I don't know the term.
Self-deprecating.
Self-deprecating humor among the Jewish community and stuff like that. So I don't really know what it means. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe it's like just indication that like Jews themselves are highly critical of Jews.
I think that's maybe like where the joke is probably like the fact that it's self-deprecating, but I think the concept that it's speaking to, and the thing that I seem to notice quite a bit, is that, and it's probably the case with other forms of bigotry as well, is the idea that like if someone from X ethnic group does something bad, you can rag on them, you can hate on them, you can criticize them, whatever. But there comes a point where someone can be taking a particular issue, even an issue that like everyone is on the same side of, but they are clearly taking it to a place that is not really concerned with the issue itself. So I don't know. We've had this discussion with Drew Pavlou actually about grooming gangs in the UK, right?
That's like a fever dream, but I
Yeah.
recall us having a conversation like that. Yeah.
And obviously, like everyone, so no one disagrees that the grooming gangs are real. We know who they were.
Right,
No one
right.
disagrees that they were allowed to get away with their crimes for a very long time. No, I don't think I've ever met someone who supports them. But obviously, there's a difference between someone who acknowledges like who those guys were and what they did and everything is very different from someone who like makes that something like front and center, like an obsession in their politics, right? Like someone who talks about it like all day, every day. They just seem strangely uninterested when the same crimes are being committed by white people. And then they don't have to exaggerate, but often they do start to exaggerate as well, or they start to inflate numbers and things like that. And usually, even without the exaggerations, we can quite safely infer that people who put such a small subset of sexual abuse crimes in the UK to like front and center of their politics and have that level of obsession with it are doing so out of bigotry, or are at least doing it in a bigoted way.
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is that there are certain trends or patterns that constitute circumstantial evidence for dislike or prejudice against Jews, right? That doesn't change what anti-Semitism is, as I understand it. I think all you're saying is there are some things that we would take as circumstantial evidence of discriminatory belief. And I think that the problem that we were having in that conversation is one of getting the full scope of what anti-Semitism is, not what would constitute evidence of anti-Semitism. Hope that distinction is clear.
Yeah. What do you think anti-Semitism is?
I take anti-Semitism to be dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of someone's Judaism or someone because they're Jewish, in other words.
Yeah. So like either the religion or the ethnicity, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess when we're defining other forms of bigotry, would there be anything like there was a bit of a dispute, I guess, about how exceptional anti-Semitism is compared to other bigotries. Is there anything that you would comment there on that? Like, do you agree with that, or do you have or what was your opinion there?
I view it as tangential to what it is. I mean, it could be true,
Okay.
it couldn't be, and it could not be true, and it wouldn't change my understanding of what it is. I just understand anti-Semitism to be hatred, dislike, prejudice, etc., of someone on the basis of them being Jewish. That's what I understand it to be, and it could be true that there are some exceptional aspects of anti-Semitism, and I think that there are. If you want to know my opinion, but there's also exceptional, distinct histories related to other forms of prejudice, of anti-black bigotry, etc., etc. And so I'm not really in the game of like comparing the amount of badness of a given prejudice. I think they're all fairly bad, but I'm happy to recognize that there are distinct and unique aspects of anti-Semitism, as I suspect there are for a lot of different bigotries.
Okay.
And I think that do you agree that that's like a a notion of anti-Semitism that smiles with you, that you not that you agree with it, but that like makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think I was going to add like the exceptional part to me is not so much the weight of it, is more that it's more the sense that like I don't think most other bigotries have this thing where you can denigrate a group just as much as you elevate them. So I think with like anti-black racism or like racism against fucking Pakistanis or whatever else, or even gays and trans, like usually it's to do with them being something lower than what the in-group is, like either dumber or more degenerate or dirtier or something like that. Whereas with Jews, it seems to be like people can hold that opinion of Jews plenty, but they also simultaneously see Jews as like exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally powerful, exceptionally in control of the way things are going in the world. Like the conspiracism, I think, overlaps a lot with anti-Semitism compared to other religions or other bigotries.
I mean, it reminds me a little bit that dynamic that you're calling out, again, not to say anything other than on the specific point that you're raising. I see a comparison to like what happened in Rwanda, right, with the Hutus and the Tutsis, and there's a kind of minority which is seen as having like sort of far too outsized influence or power. That's all fine with me. I think that would sort of influence what we would take to be evidence of that prejudice, but it wouldn't change our notion of what the concept of anti-Semitism in fact is. In other words, everything we're saying about like the tendencies of people to hide power levels, this like disproportionate focus, that to me is all like just inputs where we might weigh it differently perhaps, but it's all circumstantial evidence of a state of mind. And I want to know if you agree with me. Do you agree that by and large, anti-Semitism is a state of mind? It's a mindful state.
Mostly. I would probably draw a caveat in the sense that maybe we'll get into this in a minute, because I think like there is a way that people can not necessarily have the state of mind, but they can be so reckless with regards to like the stuff that the things that they're doing or the information that they're putting out or the things that they're saying or believing, that it's a very predictable outcome of what they do, and they're doing it with a particular like reckless disregard for whether or not like what they're saying is truthful or holds merit or whether it's proportionate or that kind of thing. So an example would be
I
like,
want to push on that a little bit. Yeah. So sorry, go ahead. You can finish. My bad.
So if I like, I think when I was like 13, some fucking older charismatic dude in fucking World of Warcraft convinced me that the Holocaust numbers don't add up, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I suppose that makes sense. I didn't have fucking anything to push back with. I don't think I had any state of mind against Jews when I was like believing that stuff. I think if I went around saying it and all that, like there might have been some trouble, but obviously now that I'm older, now that I'm educated, now that I'm a political commentator, if I started saying the same things, it would be much harder for me to excuse that behavior, because I don't think I would only be able to do so if I had a very reckless disregard for the impact of what I was saying and believing, or the truthfulness of what I was saying or believing.
Yeah. So like to sort of just what you're saying, I think we would apply different weight to evidence as relates someone on a forum when they're 13 and like a fully grown adult who presumably you're being exposed to all manner of anti-Semitism, I'm sure, and these tropes, and you're dealing with a lot of these international issues where anti-Semitism and related charges loom large, right? And so I certainly think that everything must be considered in its context and the totality of circumstances when we're running this analysis. But again, I think that that's all just getting to what we take to be different culpable states of mind, right? And I don't think it's changing fundamentally what it is we're measuring. And the example I want to push on that is like, let's say that you take an action that you know will increase anti-Semitism. You know it for a fact. And the example I used that unfortunately was never answered in the conversation with Conduit is suppose that someone is in good faith without harboring either a conscious or unconscious bias and of Jews or of someone who loves Jews releases an expose that they know will have the practical effect on, let's say, some action that Israel has conducted. Leave it at that. They know this will increase anti-Semitism. That will be the effect of what they do.
Mm-hmm.
You would never call that person anti-Semitic on that basis, merely because they know to a certainty that their action is going to increase anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No. I would maybe ask one question: is does it matter, one, how truthful the thing that they're saying is, and two, like how much regard they've had for the truth when they've said that? What?
Oh, that, yes. The second part, yes. So the reason why I say no is suppose that in good faith you had that expose and it turns out all your sources were liars.
Yeah.
I don't think that would change whether or not you would think that they're anti-Semites. In other words, what is this intuition pushing? It's pushing that this is not just about the effect that you cause in the world, right? Someone can go around. It could be the case, right, that responsibly dealing with the grooming gangs and exposing them at the appropriate time leads to increases in Islamophobia and anti-Muslim bias, right? Here's another example. I'm sure that 9/11, you would agree with this, caused a significant uptick in anti-Muslim bigotry. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever say that the attack on 9/11 was anti-Muslim? I don't think you would ever say that.
No.
I think you would think it's ridiculous to say that, right? And so we therefore, conclusion, a state of mind is necessary here when we're talking about people. Now, there's one caveat which I agree does exist, and where Conduit was, I think, effective in getting me to re-remember it and clarify, and that is when the action you take is in and of itself discrimination on the basis of Judaism. So let's say you have someone who really doesn't harbor a hate, any hate in his body, but whatever action they're taking is just by definition discriminating on the basis of anti-Semitism. That's a different concept of anti-Semitism, but I think it's sort of pushing on different things. But I would grant that would be a state of anti-Semitism just because the action you take is by definition anti-Semitic discrimination. But on the core concept here, and I'll let you respond.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we've established that in order for someone to be anti-Semitic, they must have some culpable state of mind. They must have some prejudice, some hatred, some dislike for people on the basis of them being Jews.
So you're saying it has to have that state of mind?
I think we both agree that. I think we both agree on that. We just established that.
That's where I kind of find it a little bit more difficult. Maybe I can only argue this from examples, but sure. Let's just double check before we go into that. What's your opinion on, do you think there's a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism?
Yes.
If you were to illustrate how strong you think that correlation is, how would you do so?
I don't know that.
Okay.
That's just I don't have the data for that. And
or just or do you have an example?
I have an intuitive feeling if you want. I have a vibe about it.
Right.
My vibe about it is it's probably a significant correlation. In other words, at the 5 or 1% significance level, that you will see a rise in anti-Semitism given anti-Zionism. I do believe that, yes.
And why is that? Why is it the case that, say, someone who doesn't really harbor any what we'd call traditional 20th century anti-Semitic opinions or whatever, but they do seem to just have an overwhelming bigotry for Israeli Jews who just happen to be most of the world's Jews?
Oh, that's a further specification that I did not clarify just then. So,
okay.
So I thought what you said was, is there a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? But I didn't hear you say anti-Semitism indexed specifically to anti-Israel anti-Semitism. That's like anti-Semitism only of Israeli Jews. If you do mean something more specific, then you're gonna have to ask it again.
Anti-Zionism, I thought that would imply Israelis, no? or Israeli Jews?
So anti-Semitism is what you were asking about, a correlation between anti-Zionism, which
Mhm.
I would take to be a dispositional attitude against Zionism, right?
Okay.
And whether or not that's associated with anti-Semitism, and that is what I take to be discrimination, prejudice against Jews,
Right.
and
Okay.
that isn't specific to a more specific form of anti-Semitism, which is anti-Semitism of Israeli Jews. That would be equivocating. That's a different
Right. Okay.
thing. Now we can talk about that, but I'm willing to grant you the greater, right? I'm willing to grant you that anti-Zionism is probably highly correlated with anti-Semitism, the
Mhm.
overall anti-Semitism, regardless of whether they're from Israel or wherever. Right? It's just the broader version, and the reason for that is I probably think every single anti-Semite is probably anti-Zionist. Actually, that's not true, right? Like you did have some whatever Nazi belief that they were encouraging emigration, I think, from Germany in the period and encouraging people to go to Israel. But that I
Mhm.
wouldn't classify that almost as like any form of pro-Zionism. To me, it would just be like their immediate goal is to get rid of the Jews in the Reich, and so I wouldn't really classify that as Zionism.
Yeah, definitely not. So in your world, like by your definition, is it possible then to be someone who like? Because this is the question I come up with a lot as well. Is like, do you think that say someone who doesn't harbor what you said, like a dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of Jewishness, but they do
Mhm.
hold bigoted opinions against Israeli Jews, and I guess by extension, like yeah, just against Israeli Jews. To you, is that just something different from anti-Semitism to you then?
Yeah, I think it would be. Yeah, it would be um, anti-Israeli Semitism or something, or anti-Jewish hatred of Israelis. It would be like I don't know, a kind of what's the term where it's intersectional hatred or something,
Mm-hmm.
but it would be more specific. And again, I'm just being super anal just to make sure we have the right definition.
Yeah.
I think by definition it would be different than anti-Semitism because there's an additional condition, which is that they be Israeli Jews, right? And that would imply that they don't have a problem with people on the basis of their Jewishness. What they have a problem with is on the basis of their Jewishness and their Israeli citizenship or Israeli connection. And so it's by definition different.
Yeah. So like, could you shorten that to the point that like so you can be bigoted against Israeli Jews, but not anti-Semitic, right?
You can be bigoted towards Israeli Jews.
Yeah, but not anti-Semitic.
I think definitionally you would. Let me just think about that. Semitic. It's possible to be anti-Jewish Semitic or whatever we're calling that, and not be anti-Semitic. I think that's true. Because in order to be anti-Semitic, you need to have hatred and dislike on the basis of Judaism, and there's two conditions that need to be met for the more specified version, which is both Judaism and the other thing. Oh, actually, no, it would be a subset of one, right? Or I don't know about that. Let me think about it. Someone help me with the logic here. I'm just trying to be consistent. So in this example, you wouldn't harbor hatred against a Jew who wasn't an Israeli citizen. Therefore, you wouldn't be anti-Semitic on that view. Yeah. So I think that follows. Yeah. I think I'm right.
Okay. In the regular discourse, are you going to split that many hairs between someone who?
No, I've never heard this concept
yeah,
before.
Yeah.
I've never heard this concept of anti-Semitism, but only of Jews who are living in Israel or who have a connection to Israel. It's the first time I'm hearing ever of this concept.
Well, I guess this is often the basis on which people like. So, like, let's say there's this hypothetical person who really fucking despises Israeli Jews, right? Like, they're the worst people. They're all crazy, racist, extremists, and all that. And like, and
But they
and
love Jews outside
well,
of their,
well, not only that,
right?
but they love Jews outside if those Jews are the good Jews, the ones who are not Zionists, the ones who don't sympathize with Israel, because most Jews outside of Israel do sympathize with Israel to some degree. So that would be a problem as well. Like people, because like this is when people who, if you get like an extreme anti-Zionist is going to hate anyone who, or is going to have like a big issue with anyone who sympathizes with Israel. But most Jews outside of Israel do. So it's like someone who ostensibly has a strong, who is basically against anyone who is against like at least like 70% of Jews on the planet, because they're either Israeli Jews or they are Jews who sympathize with Israel.
Yeah, you just have to think about the person who would fit that mold, right? Let's think of the example person. The person who thinks in their life, let's say, they love the Jews in their life. They're married to a Jew, right? They're married, and in fact, uh, uh, they're thinking about converting to Judaism, right? But they really, really hate Jews in Israel. You wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, would you?
If they get to a point where, like, if their Jewish friends are sympathetic to Israel, or they think Israel has a right to exist or some shit like that, then and then they're like, well, that's a bit of a deal breaker. I'm not really, like, you're just too genocidal or too. I mean, some people will say that people who are Zionists should be
Sure,
treated the
once
same
they
as
start
Nazis,
fulfilling the
right?
full
So
conditions, but
yeah.
let's say that they don't fulfill those conditions. Let's say in the absence of you making it so that they fulfill those conditions, but in their life they're going to marry a Jew. They want to convert to Judaism. I don't think that you would call that person anti-Semitic, right? Definitionally.
Well, they want to convert to Judaism, but like the only Jews that they'll tolerate are ones who are anti-Zionist, which is
Yeah,
okay. Then I
but
this is where I get, yeah. So
again,
this is
this
where
is
I'm
like a
not sure
very
because
narrow,
yeah.
specific concept. I don't think that you would call someone like that anti-Semitic in the general sense. It would be like anti-Semitic in a more specific sense that is not necessarily inclusive of anti-Semitism more generally. It's a further specification. It requires something else. You know?
That's why I'm not sure if it does, and I'll tell you why. It's because, and I think the reason that people find it very hard to disconnect these two things is because it's not like Israel and Zionism is not just people who happened to be Jewish or happen to be Jewish living in an area. Like their being there is kind of like an intrinsic part of like the Jewish story, of like Jewish history. Like that half of the world's Jews in the
I
20th
don't know what you
century
mean by
found that.
it's intrinsic history. Can you just clarify what you mean by
As
that?
in,
It's part of their intrinsic history?
it's like an intrinsic part of Jewish history, as in like Jews, because of the way the rest of
That
the
it's
world
like it's
treated
prominent
them.
in their identity? That it's like important to them?
No, I'll just go through the sentence and you can see if it makes sense.
Oh my God.
Because of how they were treated by the rest of the world, most of the world's Jews found themselves in a position in the 20th century where they didn't really have anywhere else to go. Some of them found a life as a minority in what was left of Europe after World War II. A good number of them went to America, but for the rest, they pretty much all of them had to go to Israel. Like that's what that's the for half of the world's Jews, that's what happened. They didn't really have much of another choice. And when they were there, obviously, then they were faced with the other issue of existing either in a Jewish state or just existing as a minority under like a different nationalism that was very hostile to them. So to me, like Zionism is just like a part, it's like a very intrinsic part of Jewish history to the point that like it was survival for half of the world's Jews. It was that or you're
Yeah,
fucked.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by it's an intrinsic part of their history. Like it's an important part of their history that they care a lot about, or that it's like it happened.
As in, it's like it's a product of, as in, it happened to them because they were Jewish. Like,
Is that what you mean by intrinsic? The word
yes, that's what I mean
is
by
that-
intrinsic. Yeah.
Okay, so it's an intrinsic part of their history because it emanates as a result of bigotry that they experienced in various parts of the diaspora. Correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would grant that on intrinsic meaning related to bigotry, anti-Jewish bigotry, that it is intrinsic in that sense. But I don't understand how that helps us clarify our notions of anti-Semitism. Unless you're willing to say that anti-Zionism is by definition anti-Semitism. I don't think you'll go that far.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I think it would depend on, again, because to me, coming back to the thing you said earlier about when people believe things that cause anti-Semitism or cause it to rise, I think it does depend on how much they've come to that conclusion, either in good faith or with a kind of like of how much regard they've had for the truth of their statements. So even though I think it can have like anti-Semitic outcomes, so. I'm trying to figure out exactly where the schism is here. Is it really just in the idea that like this hypothetical person can be bigoted against Israeli Jews? They can hold a red line to any non-Israeli Jews who are Zionists or who have sympathies with Israel or not, but they're not anti-Semitic, right? Yeah.
I'm just working with this like example that you raised, which frankly, maybe there is such people who exist who are able to disconnect their beliefs about Jews, but also maintain a hatred which is dependent on Judaism. In other words, this kind of person would not be prejudiced against Christian anti-Zionists, right?
They wouldn't be
This is the kind of
prejudiced
person we're talking about.
against Christian anti-Zionists.
Oh, sorry, Christian Zionists. My bad.
Oh, well, they'd probably dislike Christian anti-Zionists, but I don't know if they'd be bigoted against them, right? Or like against Christians.
So then what work is there? It sounds like the religion isn't doing much work there, or the ethnicity isn't doing much work there. It sounds like the Zionism is doing the work there.
I think Christian anti-Zionism, Christian Zionism, I think is much more of a choice, whereas I don't think most Jews in the world, well, it's literally most Jews in the world who are in Israel, I don't think they really had much of a choice in feeling a connection to Israel. I feel like that just kind of happened to them because they were born there. And even with Jews who are connected to it.
I'm just trying to get this. I'm just trying to get like this concept down, right? Like I'm imagining a person who is bigoted against Israeli Jews and is also like bigoted against Christian Zionists or something, let's say. And it just really sounds like the driver there is the anti-Zionism in this hypothetical person. Because they're cool with Christians who aren't Zionists, and they're cool with Jews who aren't Zionists. And presumably if there's like, I don't know, atheist Zionists, they would have a problem with them too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like...
But I guess in the case of the Israeli Jews, it's a lot more... Well, in the case of the Israeli Jews, it's more... That's the immutable one, right? For atheists and Christians, it's not immutable to be a Zionist. But for to be like an Israeli Jew, yeah.
What would it mean to not be anti-Semitic, but to be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionists more specified? I'm having difficulty with that.
Okay, wait,
I don't know why it's relevant to
be anti-Semitic, but I think you just said to be anti-Semitic, but to not be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. Can you rephrase that? Or
so to not be generally anti-Semitic, but to be specifically anti-Semitic only insofar as it relates to someone who has a Zionist outlook. That's what I'm having trouble with. I'm having trouble with both like imagining such a person and also with why we think it's relevant to cashing out our concept of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, for a couple of reasons. So one, I'm kind of like and this is something I'm more on the fence of. I'm on the fence of whether or not like bigotry against Israeli Jews, like a bigoted form of anti-Zionism, basically, whether or not that should be just seen as a different form of bigotry to classical anti-Semitism, and that would clear up a lot of the confusion. Like for me, it's like quite easy to say, well, if you don't think, Mr. Piker or whatever is anti-Semitic, I mean, he's obviously bigoted against Israelis. He's bigoted against Israeli Jews. Like it's a very exceptional bigotry that he has for them. So
the way someone might be bigoted against like a Mexican, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that he's bigoted in a way against Israeli Jews in a way he wouldn't be bigoted against Israeli Muslims? Fair?
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But is in a way that it would be different with an Israeli Christian who, let's say, is incredibly Zionist in Israel. Would that be the same kind of prejudice against the Zionist Christian in Israel? Would that individual be subject to the same kind of attack by Hassan?
Yeah, probably. But again, like a Christian Zionist, to me, Christians as a group don't really have to be. It just feels like the Israeli.
Zionism is doing the work here, right?
Not really, because again, for a Christian as a group, because bigotry does come down to groups, Christians don't really have to be Israeli. For Jews who are born in Israel, they kind of have to be, like, they don't really have that much else choice. Like some of them can go and get like dual citizenship and all that, but as far as it goes with like the whole point of like as a collective, they don't really have another place to
whether they do or not, right? Like it could be true that they don't have another place to go. That would just be like, I guess, some additional, mitigating circumstance that we should like be more sympathetic to them. But why does it change like these concepts, right? Like would you classify like anti-Zionism itself as a form of bigotry? I don't think you would, right?
No, I don't think it's a form of bigotry, no.
And do you think that Hassan would be prejudiced against Israeli Jews who are not Zionists?
No, but I don't really think that really exonerates.
Then it doesn't feel like he's being bigoted. So if he wouldn't be biased against an Israeli Jew who is non-Zionist, it doesn't sound like he's bigoted against Israeli Jews.
But then we're making the argument that like how many bigots exist in the world then? Like, is Tommy Robinson not a bigot because he's friends with like a couple of British Muslims who are like, we just want to love Britain and stop the Islamification? Or like, as a BNP person,
I'm just
not bigoted against Muslims because they're Muslim members of the BNP? Like, probably.
No, we're assuming that we know their mental states, right? So like that's like a kind of epistemic question of like whether, but like assume that you really did know that Hassan like harbored no prejudice against Israeli Jews who are non-Zionists. Suppose that you knew that, right? Put aside the epistemics and you just knew this to be true. I think it would be accurate to say he's by definition not bigoted against them as a class.
No, because I think when you get to a point where you are making your acceptance of a national group conditional on them agreeing with you, that's still bigotry, and that's the same thing with anti-Muslim bigotry in the UK. You can't just say
what
that
would
like
bigotry to be.
It's
yeah. Then I'm having a problem with this notion of bigotry. Then
it's a broad like prejudice against a particular group for some kind of like national or ethnic or religious characteristic, or like a immutable characteristic.
Like so some sort of immutable characteristic. That's the basis of the discrimination. But in the example we're using of Hassan, where we can read his mind, it doesn't sound like what's causing the discrimination is the immutable characteristic of his genetic makeup. It doesn't sound like what's causing it is, I don't know if nationality is immutable, but I don't think it's on the basis of nationality. It sounds like the basis of the prejudice is
their
the
opinions,
belief, the Zionist belief.
Yeah,
I think that's predictive on everything. It's perfectly predictive of every single situation, right? It's perfectly predictive of the Christian Zionists. It's perfectly predictive of the Jewish Israeli non-Zionists. It's perfectly predictive of presumably the Muslim Israeli, right? It just sounds like in this example, it's the Zionism that's predictive, and therefore it's Zionism that we can say is the but-for necessary condition to the negative disposition.
Again, I'm just not. So again, that does mean. Wait, first of all, do you disagree with that definition of bigotry?
No, I don't think. I think bigotry is usually like some sort of harbored prejudice. I'm okay to work with that.
But does this mean that I can no longer call Tommy Robinson like an anti-Muslim bigot because there are Muslims who agree with him, even though they're still practicing Muslims, and he likes them?
No. The difference there is like we don't believe. We think that those are like token figures, and that we don't trust him, and we think that he's manipulating, he's a liar, and so there's an epistemic barrier. But
not necessarily. No, I don't know.
I
think he sincerely likes them. I think his whether or not he likes them is just, it's so conditional on whether or not they conform to his ideal or what he thinks a Muslim should be. And I think it's the same with Hassan. Like the bigotry against the Israeli Jew is like, it's like because they don't live up to his expectation of what he thinks an Israeli Jew should be.
Yeah, but it's part of the expectation based on the intrinsic characteristics, or is it all based on their conduct and ideology? That's the question, right? Like, is the expectation that he has of Jews different than the expectation he has of Christians or Muslims? That's a question.
Again, I find it, I'm not really able to apply this.
Does he hold the Israel? Oh my God, sorry.
Because I think it matters when you're talking about a particular collective group. And also about whether or not it's compared to when it comes to their approach to Zionism, not in the same way, no.
Well, but regardless of that, I mean, you're saying that it needs to be a collective group with respect to a different purpose?
Yeah, because if you're a Jew who lives in the Middle East, like, why do you think those Jews are Zionists? For the most part.
I'm not sure why it's relevant, but I assume that they're Zionists because they were taught to be Zionists, because they were told about Zionism, and before them because of facts about their reality, facts about the geopolitical situation.
Okay, facts about the reality. Can we go further into that?
Yeah, so I presume people are taught their ideologies and they're informed by their experience. And one experience that Israel has had is constant conflict with its neighbors. And so I'm assuming if you're asking like causally what's forming these beliefs in a person, right?
Or what reinforces them as well.
So
So facts about the reality, and
I assume it's like like their nurture what they're told and then what they experience.
yeah. So what
it's kind of a broad answer, but that's what I assume.
No, that's fine. You mentioned conflict as well, as in like what does them being Zionists have to do with the fact that they're in conflict with people around them?
Well, I assume that sort of nationalistic ideologies, to the extent that there's like competing or attacks from without, or you might say conflict with other national groups, that this might, as a natural tendency, again, I'm not a fucking sociologist or anything, but have the effect of promoting such an ideology in a populace that's sort of apt to hear the message. In addition to like the kind of like, and here I'm not using the negative connotation of indoctrination, the indoctrination that you might have in like a school or in a society where that's spread along. So yeah, I mean, but I'm not sure why this is relevant to the question of what anti-Semitism is.
I think it's relevant because we're getting to the idea of, I can just lay it out rather than like going through the chain of questions. I think most Jews in Israel are Zionists because if they didn't have a Jewish state, they'd probably be fucked. Like they'd either be in serious trouble when it comes to like violence from people around, from the like national groups and other forces around them. Like their entire
assume that's
survival
true. Why does
would be
that
in
change
question.
anything?
Because then you're saying that like I'm not bigoted against it. So now I'm a hypothetical person who says I'm not bigoted against Israeli Jews. I just need them to stop believing something that's quite essential to their survival.
Yeah, so in that context, maybe one would infer a hatred, but let's say that you really didn't harbor a prejudice against them on the basis of that trait, right? This is just analytic. I'm gonna be honest with you and Frank. It sounds like you're trying to change the meaning of some of these terms to fit people in certain boxes. It sounds like all these exceptions and these Christianity is a class with respect to a goal. It sounds like we're doing a lot of work to like fudge the definitions to fit certain outcomes that we want based on like what we think would be good for the world. Like it would be good for the world if anti-Semitism includes these people for some reason. But like I just don't understand like why. Is that what you're doing, or are we trying to like understand some standard notion of anti-Semitism as used by people?
Well, I was trying to do a couple of things, but just to come back to what you were saying, like just to confirm what you said there, it sounds like the idea is that you can be in a position against Israeli Jews where you can say that I'm prejudiced against them, but just for their beliefs. But it just happens to be a belief that is quite important, is like pretty important to their survival, like to their safety. And then that just kind of means, well, I'm going to hate them.
Zionism is good.
I'm going to hate them, or they give up their. Yeah, so I'm just like saying, but if we go to the question of like, it's like the position would basically be like, I'm going to hate this group until they believe things and act in a way that will put them in danger.
Yeah, but assume he doesn't think that it puts them in any material danger.
Assume they don't think that.
Yeah, assume he's sincere and he says, but they won't be in danger. It'll just be a peaceful situation and they'll integrate. I mean, there might be a few problems, but it doesn't really threaten them. And suppose that person were
okay.
Sincere.
No, I agree with that. And then that's where I would get to a question of like, okay, then the next thing I would ask is like how much regard for the
but you wouldn't call
the
that
facts of the matter. Not inherently,
right?
But I would ask like I would move on to ask the question of like how have they come to that conclusion? Like how responsibly have they attained that conclusion?
But that's an epistemic question, and maybe that would bear on their responsibility in informing themselves. But I don't think that you would say that person is anti-Semitic.
Not inherently, no.
Yeah. So and again, like I just think that that's fine to say. Like there are a lot of bad and evil positions that aren't anti-Semitic, right? It could be the case that anti-Zionism is fucking evil, right? But it might just not be anti-Semitism.
So I'm trying to think where I want to go with that.
Yeah.
When it comes to talking about the difference between like hating a Christian anti-Zionist and like an Israeli
Christian Zionist,
or Christian Zionist and a Jewish Zionist who lived in Israel, I think the anti-Semitism comes in one because I think a lot of like anti-Zionism seems to express itself in a very similar way to how anti-Semitism has done for many hundreds of years. And also just because of the fact that it literally is just concerning the lives of like most of the Jews on the planet. Like, I think that's kind of why it's like harder to disconnect.
A fact that's maybe it's harder to like emotionally disconnect, or like it's hard to put that aside when you're thinking about it. I'm sure that it bears on like circumstantial evidence we might have, and I certainly would think that like a responsible person takes into account these facts, these structural facts. But I don't think it changes the notion of what anti-Semitism is. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say that you knew that the only way to save the Jewish people was to totally obliterate Gaza and to genocide Gaza.
Jesus.
Okay? Suppose it.
Yeah.
And wipe them all out. But you could read into the minds of the would-be genocide people. And you know for a certainty that they do not hate these people on the basis of them being Muslim or having any particular ethnic heritage. You certainly would say that these people have genocidal intent. You certainly would say that these people are effectively wiping out a whole group of people. Would you say that they're anti-Muslim? Again, this is like a one of these.
I got it. Yeah,
no, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that. And that might be like, well, how can you say that? They're wiping out. Like, that's just based on the definition of the term, right? It's evil, let's say. Maybe it's evil. Maybe it's like another horrible thing. It's just not anti-Muslim bigotry. Things can be horribly evil, right? There are war crimes that can exist that are worse than genocide, right? And people, when I say that, they're like shocked, like, wait, genocide is the crime of all crimes, right? But just because something, the average version of it may be worse than whatever, but it doesn't mean that there are specific instances where the evilness exceeds the average case. And in this context, it would be all those bad things. It would be genocide. It would be wiping out all of Gaza. It would be all, insert all the things. It just wouldn't be anti-Muslim bigotry.
But isn't this why we, because then the next thing I would go to is like, it matters why they believe that, surely. But in this hypothetical you've constructed, it is the case, and they know it's the case. They have no good reason to think otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's why. But coming back to the epistemic thing, I don't think it's separate, because like when if we're talking about why people have bigoted opinions, or why people even just have wrong opinions, this came up when I was talking to Rob Noor, a good friend. We were talking about whether or not Trump is anti-democracy, because in Rob Noor's world, Trump genuinely thinks he won in 2020. Therefore, he's not anti-democracy. He's just got if at best, he's got wrong opinions about an election. But he's in his heart of hearts. But then I would say,
yeah, like,
you know what I'd say?
Let's imagine that the election were actually stolen.
Yeah.
Go for it.
It'd
be like a process argument of some kind?
Yeah, it would be, has he pursued that opinion with regard to the truth?
Let's say the process is rigged. Yeah. Now let's say you have a genuine opinion that the process was rigged.
He has a genuine opinion that the process was rigged, but again, like, where's that genuine opinion come from? Like, that does matter.
Suppose it is, again, that's epistemics, but like, let's just assume, right, for the sake of simplifying what we mean here, take like Maidan, right? This is not hard for us to imagine. If there's a government that like genuinely steals an election and there are no processes, right? Think about Maduro's elections in Venezuela, right? We would think very differently. Would we call people that are doing an uprising against Maduro anti-democracy? No, right?
No, but then when I come to but that's why when I come to Trump, I would argue that if Trump is being told by, let's say, Bill Barr told Trump that actually, it was stolen, we're going to set this investigation off, then and Trump believes that and goes with that, I don't think that makes him anti-democracy. But Trump gets told by Bill Barr that he's full of shit, and then Trump just goes and hires a different lawyer, a private lawyer. Then I'm like, okay, then yes, you are actually
necessary
anti-democracy.
For the case that it's really necessary for the case against Trump, in a lot of respects. Not all of the cases against Trump, but some of the major ones, that he's lying, that he's not honest, that he knows he lost, and it's in the Jack Smith indictment that Trump knew he lost. That's an allegation in the pleading.
Okay, but I agree with that. But let's say he did all the same things, but he was actually just genuinely delusional enough to think that the truth is here, I just need to ask more people. Would you still not consider that to be like the process with how he is? But no, right, but I mean the process with how he has chosen to achieve the truth is clearly is reckless. Like it's not with regard to the truth. Like so.
Yeah, you would say he's there are some legal concepts for this, like willful blindness, right?
Yeah.
Like someone gives you a bag and you're like, I don't see what's in the bag. I just whatever. I took the bag. Where your conduct is so insane and so wild or whatever that you'll have this kind of like constructive intent or constructive knowledge of whatever is happening there. But usually in those situations, it's sufficiently clear that like willful blindness is basically like I can't see you, I can't hear you, I can see you, I can hear. It's that kind of shit. In terms of like where we would have like constructive intent or something. But if Donald Trump were just Don Quixote and he were all like genuine about it, we would say we'd have a lot of bad things to say about his conduct. We'd have a lot of horrible things. We'd certainly call him still insurrectionist. That he would still, by definition, meet that label. He would. I mean, nothing. There's no like good faith exception to insurrection or whatever, but we might not be able to justifiably say he's anti-democracy, right? Now, what happens to be the case that I think Trump is a liar. I think Trump is lying. I think Trump is, misinforming himself in a willful blind fashion to the extent that he believes any of this stuff. And so, thankfully, in the Trump case, Rob is just like wrong on the facts. But in terms of the concept, I think you have to give ground there.
Well, I only give ground insofar as I don't even consider it giving ground. I'm only agreeing insofar as like the process with how he achieves the information he believes to correct is is like the relevant point there. Actually, maybe even more so than how objectively correct it just is, because you can be informed by all the best authorities in the world of a fact that isn't true, but that's still like that's going to say something about like how sincerely you've like pursued that opinion, or how honestly you've pursued that opinion.
Take RFK Jr. Right? Do you think RFK Jr. sincerely believes that vaccines cause autism?
I have no idea. I don't know enough about his
hard
talking
to tell,
about that.
right?
I know, yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah.
Now, there might be some normative justification for applying this willful blindness concept or really attacking people who, given a level of recklessness, we believe should know better. Okay. And I might even give ground on that, right? And be like, I don't really give a fuck whether RFK Jr. believes it or not. I'm going to assume. I mean, like all the time people are trying to debunk him. I think he just had like a CNN thing and he just does like not even engage in any honest or good way or whatever. But I'm just going to, if I'm given a hypothetical where I know what his state of mind is, I'm just going to bite the bullet and answer the question. It could be the case that, yeah, RFK is not knowingly imperiling the lives of kids or knowingly imperiling the health of the country. He's just a delusional person.
Okay.
It just depends on what I think is true. And sure, of course, we always infer intent. And so the question was asked to me, and people are using it as like an own or a dunk, is I can't believe Pisco said, sorry, I'm whispering. I can't believe Pisco said that like Holocaust denialism is not necessarily anti-Semitic. Well, that's just a true statement by definition. But of course I would say that anyone who denies the Holocaust, I'm going to presume that they're anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
There's just so much evidence. It's such a good predictor of anti-Semitism that Bob's your uncle. I think that's a pretty nice heuristic. But if someone were to push me and ask me as a matter of definition whether or not it entails anti-Semitism, the answer is just clearly no.
Yeah, but I think that's probably because when people hear you say not necessarily, some people are probably just going to assume that you're not. They're going to assume you're saying something other than, well, there could be some imaginable, feasible edge case of like 0.1% of the time where someone does this.
But I know that people could get that impression, but it's very clear because when you hear me say it, I say I would presume anyone who did it would be anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
so
I know. I'm
autistic.
autistic.
Actually, I think there's like a great deal of bad faith going on in terms of of that position there. But I'm intellectually honest about it. I'm just going to tell you the truth, right? And that is the truth in my mind.
Why did that question about the Holocaust come up with Conduit?
I have no fucking clue.
Was it because of Crystal and Kyle platforming it was the guy, the fucking Chinese dude who denies the Holocaust?
Yeah,
okay.
Professor Yang or whatever. Yeah. But like, yeah. So there's I think there's like a desire to say that Crystal and Kyle are anti-Semitic. I just don't think that there's good evidence for that. I think it's plausible that what they do increases anti-Semitism. I think that's plausible, though I don't have specific empirical proof of that. But I basically think that that's true of like even unbiased, unskewed coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Unfortunately, I wish it were otherwise, right?
That brings me to a question I think is quite interesting. So, for the purpose of argument, like if a political commentator does Holocaust denial, we're like 99.9% of the time going to say that they're
I'm
anti-Semitic,
assuming
right?
that, I'm banning them from my chat, and I'm saying that they're almost certainly anti-Semitic. Yeah.
What if they support anti-Semitic movements?
Depends, right? How about the Azov battalion, right? Depends in what sense they're supporting them, right?
Well, if they celebrate them and they glorify them and they say that they're brilliant and they're the ones who they're the heroes of this conflict. I don't know how many people say that about the Azov battalion specifically. If someone said that about the Azov specifically, I'd probably think they maybe are kind of a bit Nazi. yeah, fucking depending on which Azov, because they changed a lot.
If, for example, they gave like medals and awarded commendations to members of the Azov battalion as heroes.
Well, it depends on which point of the Azov battalion you're talking about, right? Like,
or let's assume it's the portion that has plenty of like whatever white nationalist sentiment, or certainly a lot of anti-Russian sentiment, but anti-Semitic sentiment as well. Suppose,
and what, there was like a political commentator who singled out the Azov battalion as like the heroes of the Ukraine war. Like the white nationalist ones.
They're resisting against the Russian oppressors. They're doing good work, and they should be supported.
And they're saying this specifically about the Azov battalion that is actually like the predominantly white nationalist part of them. Like,
yeah,
okay, yeah, I'd probably be a bit suspect of that person who
is saying that about the Azov battalion. I mean, I think it's really just going to depend on what we think the purpose is of that support. Why they're supporting them. Are they supporting them, right? Because if they're supporting Azov as a proxy, like they could be supporting the other contingents of the Ukrainian army. They're just like seemingly whistleblowing that they're calling out this kind of like smaller portion of the unit or whatever. And that's going to bear on their intent. But now suppose the entire Ukrainian military was under the banner of Azov battalion. But there's still Russian fascists who are invading their lands, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
That wouldn't change your support for Ukraine, would it? Let's just be honest. LonerBox. If the entire military was Azov in Ukraine, you'd still support Ukraine, correct?
Yeah, insofar as driving out the Russians, yeah.
But I don't think does that, and that hypothetical would be anti-Semitic on that view if what they're doing is supporting the sovereignty of Ukraine in spite of the anti-Semitic beliefs of the Azov military in this hypothetical.
Yeah, but I don't think I would be. I'd probably be a bit less glazing than I am of Ukraine right now. Yeah,
maybe so. Yes,
which,
for sure.
To be clear, Kyle Klinsky is not of the Houthis. He glazes the shit out of them, and he thinks that they're the only ones who respect international law and all that shit, right? So
what I'm trying to say is not that. It's good to support the Houthis. Fuck the Houthis and fuck Hamas and fuck Hezbollah and fuck Iran. Okay, but I don't support the war in Iran. And I don't support Israel's like there are positions that you can take, and there is an non-anti-Semitic version of support for these groups, and that might be uncomfortable to hear, but it's true. Agreed?
I'm not sure for a few reasons. One, when you get to a point where you're like, so I'm thinking of Klinsky in particular. I don't know about Crystal Ball.
No. Yeah, we can get into specific cases.
Oh, you're talking about is it physically possible? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Like,
okay.
Can it exist in the universe? Specific cases of someone like Kyle, who is, as far as from what I've seen, is very almost like fawning over the Houthis and saying like they're literally like the only people in the region with any kind of like moral code or understanding or care for international law. Then I'm just thinking like, okay, if I can't call this person anti-Semitic for saying that, do I just say what they're okay with anti-Semitism? They're praising anti-Semitic groups.
Are they praising anti-Semitic?
Well,
what are they praising?
Like what action you mean? Like the Red Sea attacks?
Yeah. So if you're praising a particular attack, are you doing so on the basis of they're attacking Jews, or are you doing it on the basis of they're attacking Israel?
Doesn't it? Okay, so let's roll it back then. What if there is a situation where your praise for them where your tolerance of different levels of anti-Semitism changes based on what they're on what those actions are, right? So as far as I know with Kyle, he was one of the ones who was pushing the kind of like Mearsheimer-esque story about Ukraine. And maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think it would be that hard to find him saying something about the Azov battalion and how there's a problem with like arming Ukraine because of these Nazis and all, in the battalion, all that shit.
The double standard argument, right?
Yeah, and it's like, so it's interesting that like we're going to support the anti-Semites as long as they're fighting with the country that happens to be Jewish. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so that I think is where it's productive to go down that line, right? I think it's productive to go down the line of the different standard conversation and then to explore, well, why are you treating the existence of anti-Semitic views in a small percentage of military resistance to Russia as justifying sort of lack of support? But in the context of Hamas, when you have broader sets of anti-Semitic dispositions, you're not treating it as sort of a bar to support, material support, and favorable coverage. That's a complicated question. And I'm sorry, anyone who says that it's not is lying. Like,
oh, no, I agree. It's a complicated question.
There could be a great deal of responses that one could have that don't commit you to anti-Semitism. And you can say it's sus. And I've said things that are sus, like that's a sus standard. That's really sus. But I'm not willing to go beyond that unless I can prove it, Cabron.
Do you yeah, that's okay. So do you believe in the concept of, I don't even know what you would call it, but like anti-Semitism in practice, or like functional anti-Semitism, I guess you could call it, like the idea that you might not hold any of the underlying hatreds for a particular group, but you can just have an ideology that kind of like is a little bit next door to it that leads you to push all of these things that have very anti-Semitic outcomes, or to prop up anti-Semitic groups and all that kind of stuff.
You're asking if I believe in the concept? Like I don't know if I believe that concepts can exist. If you're asking whether or not I understand it, that's something different.
Or like, would you be okay with someone being called that? Like, if someone doesn't hold an anti-Semitic bone in their body, like in their in terms of internal bias or bigotry, but they are functionally.
My bias is towards no, because Destiny called me a functional anti-Semite, and I didn't like it. I thought it was stupid.
Well, but that's rejecting a concept for personal reasons. We can't do that.
Well, no, but I'm just like, what? It seems like we're trying to invoke the baggage of anti-Semitism for actions that could be incredibly benign, like fair coverage of Israel.
Well, I would like to think that if someone does fair coverage of Israel, then they wouldn't get called a functional anti-Semite.
Even if they cause a rapid increase in anti-Semitism?
Yeah, because if it's fair coverage, then you're telling the truth. Like, you're not, as in like, it's,
so when am I ever lying, right? So, well, maybe that's about me again, but like, you're saying someone who is deceptive and causes anti-Semitism.
Even if you're saying even if you're saying something that's actually, I would go further. If you're saying something that's not true, but there are so many authorities that say it is true, I don't even know if that would necessarily make you functionally anti-Semitic, like that person. I would put the blame elsewhere.
Slow down. Okay. So, what is functional anti-Semitism?
Do you want me to give you? I'm just better at defining things by examples, but I guess we can. Okay, I think let's say it would be like if you have an ideological, or like say some kind of disposition that your behavior involves a kind of like reckless propagation of anti-Semitic like outcomes, or support of anti-Semitic groups, or like an instinct for drawing anti-Semitic tropes, like that kind of thing. That would be like functional anti-Semitism, I would think.
Oof.
Can I give you an example, or would that help?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. What did Kalinske do recently? He tried to, the other thing with Morocco and the migrants crossing the
I'm hearing that Spain. Morocco is like expanded into the Sahara. I don't know much else.
Oh no,
I don't know
the 50,000 migrants in the Spanish part. You hear about that?
Oh, I don't know anything about
Oh,
it.
okay.
Nope, totally ignorant.
Right. So just recently, the fucking Spain has a little territory on the tip of North Africa, like at the edge of Morocco, called Ceuta. The Moroccan police basically a few days ago stood down from the border, and about 50,000 Moroccans crossed, and like 60 of them died swimming over to this little Spanish enclave. And then the Spanish had a crisis, and then they got sent back. It was a pretty fucking crazy event. We know almost 100% sure that the Moroccan police okayed this. We also know that the Moroccan monarchy has done this in the past because because like it's usually like a diplomatic move. Like the monarchy gets upset because Spain is doing something that might affirm Western Sahara's independence, or they were negotiating with Algeria in a way that Moroccans didn't like. So we know all that these are the facts. Kalinsky goes on.
I think I know where you're going, right?
And says
like,
that
it's Israel and America.
Israel and America told Morocco to do this to
but
get
there's no
back.
Evidence of it.
Yeah, no evidence to get back at Spain for supporting
This is
Palestine.
what I would say. I wouldn't call him functional anti-Semitic. I would say he's susceptible to anti-Semitic stories, or susceptible to anti-Semitic propaganda, or he's susceptible to conspiracy theories. But I don't know why we need to invent this term functional anti-Semitism. It sounds like it's a very different thing, right?
Is that an invented term? Or I feel like I've heard that for. Okay. So,
I'm sorry. It could have a robust history. I don't know why we need to use this term, because it just really does seem to carry the baggage. Like, I just wouldn't call that action anti-Semitic. I would say if this is all true as you're laying out, and I have reason to believe it's true, because it's not the first time I'm hearing it. It just sounds like he is a mark for some of these stories. I also saw that he like retweeted Russia Today at a different part. Like, again, this is all just sounds like consistent with someone who is susceptible to that kind of stuff, but I don't think it's inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So he's susceptible to anti-Semitism, or to like an anti-Semitic type story,
conspiracies or something, right? Like wherever it originated from.
But propagating it is not anti-Semitic to you.
Not inherently, by definition. I think you would agree with that. Yes or no?
Depends on whether or not we're talking about the action.
No, man. Wait. At most, it would be functional anti-Semitism, right? But
yeah,
inherently,
it's not a sign that he himself like actually hates Jews. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So I think we're agreed on that. Yeah.
Yeah, but first of all, I don't think that concept of like, well, what I'm calling like anti-Semitism in practice or anti-Semitic acts or whatever, like I don't think that's necessarily that different to concepts that we use all the time, don't we? Again, maybe I'm retarded on American history or that, but I thought when people say systemic racism,
structural racism,
I thought people were saying that you can actually have that happen even when no one's actually being consciously racist or willingly racist on anything, right? You can just say, let's just over-police the crime neighborhoods, and they just happen to be black.
I'm very careful with those terms, right? Like, I'm happy to say that the legacy of racism has, introduces structural biases that persist into the day, and that's a cause for us to take some sort of remedial action.
I feel like in the case of both Tommy Robinson
I don't
and
think
Hassan
you would
Piker,
say
they view the people
who
that they like as
merely
one of the good
propagate
ones.
the structural racism.
It feels like
that
they
are
removing
functionally
the
racist.
ethnic identity from their calculus.
That depends. Not necessarily, but I would say
I wouldn't do that. Would you? So imagine that you're talking to like a clerk at some bureaucracy. Yeah, and they're propagating this system that we just agree is rooted in some sort of historic racism that carries forward some disparate impact today. Would you say, oh, you bureaucrat, you're structurally racist? Maybe you would as like an academic matter. I wouldn't do that. I would say that you are part of a system that's perhaps structurally racist, or you're contributing to a system of anti-Semitic structural anti-Semitism or something. I would be very careful about ascribing that, just because I'm aware of the baggage that
I understand.
Of saying someone, right?
I understand.
I mean, hell, they called me functional anti-Semitism. I'm like, what the fuck?
I have no idea why anyone would say that about you, but that's not cool. Anyway, okay, I think we're close to something.
Didn't really see. Wait. Where was the Liberal Action Network there? Right. I feel like
I'm only just hearing about this. What are you talking about?
I'm not sure where my liberal NATO was. I guess I'm not included there. I haven't signed on to Article 5 or whatever.
Listen, I'm probably more Switzerland than anyone else in this fucking space right now. So, but I've got you. I've got your back. I would never call you a functional anti-Semite based on what I've seen.
Appreciate that.
Okay, you were quite close to something there with the let's say the clerk who's even the person who devises the policy, right? Because they're like, well, even though what they're doing is having racist outcomes, that's not enough to say that they're racist in their head, right? That they are racist.
Yeah, I think we agree on that.
Let's say that they did it, that they did this policy, but they had no good reason to believe that there was more crime in the black communities. They just saw loads of TikToks, you know.
Right. So they are just like willfully blind to a reality, right?
I don't know how willful it is, but like maybe they like TikTok. they just feel they're just emotionally triggered by it.
Unfortunately, right? If we're defining anti-Semitism with respect to states of mind, and the only thing you have on this person is, a reckless disregard for the truth, I don't think you can yet say that they themselves that harbor that prejudice, right? They either harbor that prejudice or they don't, right? There can be clear cases and unclear cases. In the case of someone who has a reckless thought process, maybe we're more apt to infer that prejudice existing or not existing, right? But if we truly isolate and say that prejudice does not exist, by definition, they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, so
That's just how we define the term.
Yeah, but I would probably go another step there with the person who's being recklessly disregarding the truth and is enacting racist policy because of it. I might not say you are a racist, but I might say you're being racist.
Your policy discriminates. Yeah. So here's where Conduit had a good point and where I have to give ground. It's when he says the example of the store owner, right? The store owner doesn't harbor racist beliefs, but he does say blacks need not apply for some economic reason, right?
Yeah.
Even though he genuinely likes black people, but there's just some overriding economic, thing there. There, we would say, I think, because the action actually does discriminate on the basis of race, I think we'd say the action, I guess, is racist, but we wouldn't say, and I think you would agree, he is not racist. I think you have to agree with that.
Well, I mean, I would probably use a heuristic and think they are, but to be like 100%, I wouldn't say they're 100%.
Right? If we knew,
Would you have any issue with saying they're being racist by doing that?
I guess I wouldn't have a problem if what you mean by being racist is taking a racist action.
Yeah, you're doing racism. Yeah,
I would say, if all you mean by being racist is taking a racist action, I think I would say that that's true in that case.
Right.
That the person wouldn't be racist because he lacks the prejudice.
I feel like the moment when Socrates, gets up and, gets really excited and everyone's eureka. So I think the Kyle Kalinskis of the world,
okay.
My
bad. It's really, because that was a really good point you just made. I think we have plenty of examples of this, and I want you to finish what you said, where like some guy will make a racist joke, and you would say like, you're being really racist right now, right, or something. But you don't mean that they harbor a prejudice. Let's say you actually believe it. You're just saying that their action is, wrongfully discriminating on the basis of race, and that the action is this, and that person is doing it, but you don't harbor that belief that they are racist because you think that they lack that prejudice. Now, someone hearing that might say, holy shit, that guy at the party, he was like really racist because he said this joke. It's evidence. But if you knew that person very well, he actually doesn't mean anything by it. I think you would say he did something racist. He is not racist. Agreed?
So whether I'd use this language in like day-to-day life, I think it would depend on like how far they're going with it. Because I think, let's say there's the person who refuses service to black people because they just think the whites will give them more money or whatever in the shop. Okay, and like it's to the point. But black people just really want to come to the shop, and he needs to get them out. So he puts up a big sign saying blacks don't come here. And then he when he goes outside, he's also
that's all epistemic. Right?
Poor guys. Yeah, I know. And the poor guy's also read too much bad press about black crime, so he's always crossing the road. It's like, okay, if this behavior like compounds and compounds and compounds, my objections to people calling him racist is just going to reduce and reduce and reduce. Which brings me back, sorry, just to the thing the thing I was getting to with how you can tell someone that they might not be racist, but they're being a racist. They're doing racism. I think what we see right now is this phenomenon, and maybe, I don't even know if you agree with this or not, but I think there's this phenomenon of lots of people, almost all of whom don't seem to have any, like, what we would understand to be like anti-Semitic biases or hatred in their minds, right? But they are doing a lot of anti-Semitism, or they're being anti-Semitic, like when they do when they propagate anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
I want examples of that. So I don't think that merely being a useful idiot and spreading propaganda that originates from anti-Semitic sources or something like that, where you can really, and again, there you're gonna have the same issue of like anti-Israel, anti-Semitic sources, and like I think you would have to agree that even though there's a huge correlation that something being an anti-Israeli conspiracy theory doesn't necessarily mean that it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. I
No,
think you
so
have to agree with that, even though they're highly correlated, right?
yeah. So, if, for example, if you believe if you believe something like 70% of the deaths in Gaza are women and children, right? This is something that's not true. It's been proven false by the UN for like 2 years. The health ministry doesn't say it anymore, but UN experts still say it. Human rights organizations, Oxfam said it just like last month in one of their reports. So,
Sure, you
but
know more than
someone
I do
who,
on this,
yeah,
but
so someone who believes these things, I don't think they're doing anti-Semitism because like there's actually quite a lot of authority behind it, unfortunately. So like they're just believing something that's false that might, I don't know, maybe leads to some anti-Semitic outcome,
bingo,
but like,
bingo,
yeah.
bingo. Perfect. That's a great
Okay.
example.
But let's say there's someone else who is presents themselves as an authority on the subject, and they're believing things like they believe that like there's an entire industry and like an industrial practice in Israeli prisons of them training dogs to rape prisoners, or the Israelis are vaporizing people with this technology that we've got no footage of, or that like the Houthis are the good guys and they're actually like the moral the moral clarity of the
was
conflict.
Nicholas Kristof or something in the New York Times? There was an article about that.
Yeah.
New York Times. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think when you start to get or like Israel is the reason that Morocco opened their border and 50,000 people crossed into Spain. Like when you start to get into this level of conspiracism and this level of like absurdity, then I would start to think that there's enough of a reckless disregard there that what they're doing is anti-Semitic.
Why though? If it's explained better by fervent anti-Zionism, why would you assume one and not the other?
Because we're talking about doing here, not what they believe, right?
Yeah. So what they're doing, is it discriminated on the basis of Judaism
or
right?
Jewishness?
In the shop owner case, you're saying Jews need not apply. What is it about that the act itself is discriminatory?
Because
I don't see that here.
Because we get to a point where I just wonder, like, how far and how disproportionate does someone have to be about the one country that just happens to be Jewish before we overlap it with anti-Semitism?
Yeah, that's about like intentionality and circumstantial evidence and epistemics. Right?
Okay.
Then you're saying like, well, the concentration is leading me to have this belief about his state of mind, right?
No, but we're talking about the actions. I was talking about the actions. Whether or not they're doing
Right.
the anti-Semitism by propagating it.
Yeah, but like propagating a false story isn't discriminated on the basis of Judaism, the way that like, saying Jews need not apply is. What's the discrimination on the basis of Judaism for spreading a false story? It's not an inherently discriminatory act.
It's if the majority of their the absurd claims and the falsehoods seem to disproportionately impact like the one country that's Jewish as well.
That would affect our intuitions about what their intention is, right? If there's this disproportionate thing of non-discrimination, but it always seems to go in a certain direction, I would say it's not inherently discriminatory, but it speaks to intent.
Well, they can be doing, but yeah,
but I'm not
talking about state of mind here, because like you said, with the person who takes disproportionate behavior when it comes to black people in regards to letting them in the shop, we're talking about their practice and whether or not they're doing a racist practice. It doesn't matter about their intent there, right? But I'm saying the same thing with like,
unlike in those cases, right? Yeah, here, unlike in those cases, in that situation, clear discrimination, right? Other people can get the job, Jews can't. Where is the discrimination inherent in spreading a false story?
The discrimination, well, we're not talking about spreading, we're talking about pattern of behavior. But the discrimination in terms of the false story is the fact that there is an exceptional kind of behavior or an exceptional treatment of a particular country, and that country is Jewish. So that's why these are all stories and these are positions that elevate anti-Semitic groups in some cases, and in other cases are constantly building up a negative association with Jews, right? That's why you get people who are literally saying now, like, oh, how can I'm sorry, like, how can I see a Star of David anymore without thinking about the horrible crimes of like the state of Israel? It's like, well, and people who say this are usually the people who are propagating the disinformation or propagating like the stuff that produces that feeling in the first place. That's why the action, I'm saying, regardless of the intent.
The action of disproportionately covering Israel, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And is part of that also the falsity of the stories, or is it just the coverage?
Well, the reckless disregard for the truth with which the stories are believed to be true. Yeah, and also
Right, because so let's just pause real quick. So having disproportionate coverage, let's say that all you do is do Israel news, Israel Gaza news. That's not discrimination.
no,
Agreed?
special interest
You
is not
only cover this.
discrimination. No.
Okay, cool. Now, so it's disproportionate coverage plus falsehood makes it discrimination?
Plus falsehood, depending on the falsehood, right? Like reckless disregard for the truth, I think.
Yeah,
Conspiracism probably
kinda
folding
sounds like
into
we're
it,
making
right?
this concept, right? Like try to map the use case here. It seems like we're trying to create a concept that covers what Kyle and Crystal do for purposes of applying and affixing this label. I'm sorry that's a little meta, but I'm just like, that's just what it seems like
It's
we're
very
doing.
meta,
It
but
seems
like
like we're
again, because again, Crystal and Kyle's behavior is not exceptional, right? Like they are part of a very, very large popular movement right now, where this kind of action is very, very popular. It's very like within these circles, like it's very okay to just give unlimited, unconditional praise to groups that say curse upon the Jews, or it's very acceptable and encouraged to believe whatever insane conspiratorial theory about Israel comes forth, right? Or to believe things that are
they also
physically
do that with
impossible,
Trump.
right?
Wait, so I will say something. A lot of the coverage that I don't agree with Crystal and Kyle on
Hmm.
is some of their conspiracies against Trump, oddly enough. And
Yeah,
I'm, as you know, one of the man's biggest haters.
yeah.
I fucking despise that guy. But he'll say things that are just totally unsubstantiated, sometimes connected to like Epstein, but sometimes not even. And so there's a track record, yeah, of him going after his enemy sometimes. And sometimes I think he's on the mark, and I think that he's accurately, honestly calling things out better than other creators. I'm just going to be real with that in terms of I generally think that a lot of their Trump coverage is really good. But oftentimes it will lean into accepting at face value some stories for which there's no basis. And I think that says less about any particular discriminatory disposition or attitude and more about like what they are as content creators and journalists, perhaps.
Okay, so for one, Trump is an individual, and I don't think Kyle's animosity when it comes to Trump is applied to like the entire nation of America in the same way that he vilifies the entire nation
Well,
of
I'm just
Israel.
saying. I'm
For
just saying the
one,
pattern of
um,
all I'm saying is the pattern of being credulous to rumors and innuendos of people with whom he has political disagreement is like consistent, and it's not explained by anti-Semitism. It's explained by believing the
just
most
just to
horrible thing
remind you
about
though,
the
we're
people
not
that
talking about his
hate.
state of mind here. We're talking about his the outcome of his actions.
Oh,
We're talking about his
sure.
practice. Yeah.
Well, no, not the outcome, right?
Well,
Whether or not the coverage itself. This is what I don't understand, right? Like, if specialized coverage doesn't constitute discrimination, I don't understand what's inherently discriminatory about falsity, unless you're applying falsity in a way like different than you apply. I don't know, right? Like, I'm just not mapping onto how that's discrimination in the way that, like, for example, Jews need not apply as discrimination.
Again, because it's to do with the falsity and the way that it is, and again, because Trump is not like a particular, he's not like a minority group, and I don't think that I've never seen Kyle's animosity towards Trump be applied to like the everyday citizens of America in the same way that it is applied to the population of Israelis. Like because that's another like exceptional way that people will talk about Israel, right? Like I think Israel is probably one of the only countries where it's acceptable for like liberal or left leaning types to just talk about like to take a clip from someone like Ben-Gvir who gets like 5% of the vote and to apply those opinions to the entire country, or to believe every fucking dubious poll that comes across that says like, oh yeah, 80% of Israelis want to like annihilate the Palestinians or whatever else. Like that kind of like idea of like the society itself is just sick from within. And it's spread across the board, and like the only exceptions to this are like maybe a less than 1% minority of them. That level of
You don't
like
think he treats MAGA this way?
MAGA are not
but
MAGA are not like a national or ethnic or racial group, whereas Israelis are.
Oh no, but we're trying to. You can be discriminatory towards MAGA. Agreed.
Yes,
we're trying to get the concept.
You
of
can't be
discrimination.
bigoted towards MAGA, or you can't do bigoted actions towards MAGA.
But you can discriminate against them. That's what we're trying to map onto it.
I thought we were trying to say whether or not it was bigoted action. or anti-Semitic action.
Well, so whether I would understand something to be anti-Semitic, based on dispositional attitude, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about mental states. We're talking about whether the act itself discriminates. That's that's what I granted you as a concept, a separate concept from the dispositional one.
Yeah.
It's about whether the action itself discriminates. And so I don't think I am talking about bigotry. I think I'm talking about discrimination. And so in this discrimination context, you can discriminate with respect to political groups.
I would have
Trump's
thought.
doing that
I
right
would have thought
now.
when I say action, I mean like bigoted action, because otherwise, if we say just discrimination in general, well, you can discriminate against fucking gamers, right? Like,
So
yeah,
here's the problem, right? I take bigotry to be a dispositional attitude. So if you say a bigoted action, I'm just going to think of it as an action motivated by a given purpose.
so there's no such thing as a
with
bigoted
given
action
state.
that's not motivated by the mental state.
Unless you're talking about disparate treatment and discrimination. That's what I understand it to be. I will just treat those equivalently.
But I thought, okay, now maybe I'm confused. Just to double check, there's not a bigoted. There's no such thing as a bigoted action that isn't motivated by the bigoted state of mind.
So when someone says a bigoted action, I'm telling you what I understand it to be.
Okay.
An action motivated by bigotry, or at
Right.
least partially caused by bigotry. I understand bigotry to be a kind of mental state, okay? Conscious or unconscious mental state. And when you say just a bigoted action independent of a mental state, I don't instantly know what you're talking about. I can think of actions that are themselves inherently discriminatory, by which they treat one group, regardless of whether you have this attitude, better or worse than another. That's I understand that it's independent of a mental state. You just have an action that treats one group one way. It could be a robot, right? A robot that
Yeah.
doesn't have any feelings. You know, blue people go here, red people go there. That is a kind of discrimination where, in certain contexts, I might call that like anti-Semitic in nature, in action.
Right.
But it sounds like we're conflating some of these concepts.
Well, I
in
think
some of the, like,
I can tell you
examples.
I can tell you exactly why I'm conflating it. I'm conflating it because a bigoted action. When you said that guy who doesn't serve black people in the shop because he thinks that it'll get more white customers more money, to me that's a bigoted action. But it seems like to you it's not.
I would say that that's maybe I would call it a bigoted action because it discriminates. But the reason it's bigoted, to the extent that it's bigoted, is because it discriminates on the basis of race.
Yeah, but that's why when I say discriminating against MAGA is very different from discriminating against Israelis, because discriminating against Israelis is against a national group, whereas a national group is we tend to view national groups as like slightly different to political dispositions like MAGA, right? Like,
Yeah,
or
one
to
could
gamers.
be worse or better. That's consistent. Yeah, one could be worse or better. That's consistent with it being both discrimination. So you could say that anti-Israeli discrimination is worse than anti-MAGA discrimination, or something.
Or just whether or not you could call it a bigoted action, or like the behavior is bigoted. They're being bigoted. Like the shopkeepers being bigoted. Yeah.
So if the shopkeeper puts up a sign that says, "If you're MAGA, need not apply," and he's only doing that because he lives in a fucking woke area. So he's actually a MAGA person. He just is very cynical and wants to make money, and he's living in fucking,
nice,
I don't know, a very woke Chaz zone or something. In that context, would you say that that's the action is not bigoted because it's not an intrinsic characteristic?
Yeah.
It's a political opinion?
Yeah, it's not what we would normally consider to be like a protected
I
characteristic.
see why poor people hate lawyers.
Okay.
They will
But
argue
you would
duck
say it's
quacking and
discrimination
walking
on the
like a
basis
duck
of
is
opinion.
actually not a duck, but
Okay.
it could be a goose because both have wings
So
and webbed
help
feet.
me out here. So we're
Forest
trying to
trees,
understand whether or not they're truly discriminating or being. It sounds like you're trying to define your way out of the problem. You're saying, well, because he has disproportionate coverage of Israel, that includes some falsehoods of it. Therefore, what? Right? We've invented this like Frankenstein concept, which is basically just saying it's anti-Semitic if disproportionate coverage from a journalist or from a commentator on an area, which includes falsehoods with respect to nationality, but not with respect to political view.
Okay, just to clarify again, I don't know if you're saying disproportionate coverage as like when you say disproportionate coverage, we are referring to not just like they talk about it more than or equally to other countries, or we're not talking about like it's not just like a special interest, right? Like there's more to the disproportionality than just special interest, right? There's like an absurdity that okay. You're not seeing that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm having trouble tracking it. I think we need to write it down.
Okay,
Whatever
yeah,
this is, it needs to be written down.
Okay, like for okay, yeah, because when I talk about the disproportionate,
we're far afield of. Go ahead, sir.
Well, first of all, I'm not trying to define my way out of it. I'm also just trying to, because again, I came to this discussion, and I even said this to my chat beforehand, in case you're worried about motives or whatever, is I've been quite often like going with this idea of like, people will call someone anti-Semitic or say there's like anti-Semitic behavior coming from this particular actor, and it's usually very overlapped with like a very absurd level of anti-Zionism, and there's a reason people are so resistant to tying anti-Semitism to the anti-Zionism, because because our understanding traditionally of anti-Semitism is so different to the practice that we see from a lot of anti-Zionists, and like it's very different from the right-wing anti-Semitism that we got used to. And so I started to wonder if like anti-Zionism becomes like its own kind of bigotry in a way, even though the outcome of a lot of anti-Zionism bigotry or like anti-Israeli bigotry, right? And even though a lot of the anti-Israeli bigotry, it has like very anti-Semitic outcomes and overlaps so much with anti-Semitism qualitatively, and I think in practice as well. I think Jews suffer for it. So that's kind of why, like, I'm trying to define a behavior.
By the way, you caught me, Loner, because where I was gonna go is, you just said that like discrimination on the basis of political allegiance and view isn't bigotry, and then the question is gonna just be, are they doing it because it's just gonna ground out to the same thing as the mental state? Are they doing bigotry with respect to political ideology of Zionism, or with respect to something else? And that is precisely the carve out that you just made for MAGA.
That's not exactly the precise carve out I made, for a couple of reasons. One, because with Zionism, again, like I know that I don't really consider it like invalidating that there are some Israeli Jews who are not Zionists, because the fact is like most of them are. So the same way that I can call someone an anti-Muslim bigot, even though they might very well be quite friendly to lots of Muslims who cross their arbitrary threshold for what's an acceptable Muslim's behavior. But I still think that like the overlap of that political opinion with the ethnic and national group, which is Israeli Jews, like they're the ones who are like they're the ones who are the most who Zionist is like most relevant to, which is why I think that you can't really disconnect it from the bigotry, especially also when but maybe I just haven't gone into too much detail about like what I mean by disproportionate coverage. Like I haven't given enough examples, because when I see someone being disproportionate in terms of Israel, I'm saying that like, it is literally treated like it is held up to a standard and treated like no other country in the world is even close to. So maybe I just need to explain that part better, and we can go into examples. Or
yeah, but like it just really seems that what we're grounded down to is like mental states. I'm sorry to say, but like that disproportionate coverage, those different standards bear on people's like intent. And that's kind of what we're getting at, right? Like, and that's really what we should be going after with these like loaded terms. By loaded, I just mean that carry a big moral weight. Is like, we don't want to drag in the net with these terms like racist or whatever, people who we don't view as having, sufficiently culpable states of prejudice. And so it feels like, yeah, whatever differential standards exist, they're just going to bear on the circumstantial case that where we're going to infer intent. It just feels like that's just way simpler. And then we can get into the given. I don't know why we resist that. It feels like we should embrace that it's largely about mental states. It's largely about the existence or non-existence of prejudice. And we can just work off of the circumstantial evidence that exists and keep an open mind as to what particular indicators might be specific or unique to anti-Semitism that don't exist for other places, which again, I'm happy to talk about. It just really seems like we're stretching this concept into it like I couldn't even like summarize it right now. That's how I am going to be honest with you. I'm pretty lost, and it's not just because I've had half a beer. The other half I spilled on myself, but
I'm sorry.
Happens.
No, again, the reason I guess you can say like resisting what you're saying is because there are just too many examples. We've gone through examples of where I just don't think you would like have to forego calling someone, saying someone is being racist or is being anti-Semitic, even if they don't necessarily have the internal bias. That's why there's just too many. And the shopkeeper was like a really good example of that. So
yeah, that's just that's an indication which there's like a very clear discrimination. There's one thing that there's a benefit that one group gets, the other group doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this coverage thing, not as clear, right? Like, who would you say, for example, if you don't let people, um, that if you only cover one thing, a specialized interest, that let's say you're a Jew and you don't cover news about Muslims, or you don't really cover news about Christians, you just focus on news about Jews. Would you say that person is like discriminating?
Yeah, but we know I
I
don't.
guess in
But we know I
some.
don't. That of course I don't, because I don't think special
Yeah.
interest counts as, like, when I say disproportionate, I'm talking about disproportionate in the sense of like every single like bad act or is either massively exaggerated or is like false, or in the case that like the expectations or like the treatment of this particular nation, or like the even just like qualitative form of analysis that's applied to the like to a country or to like a national group that's not applied to others. And I think that is actually true with a lot of with the way Kyle does with his coverage of Israel. Like it just is, like when he talks about when he spoke about the Iran war, and he said it must be because Epstein gave the Israeli government some dirt on Trump, and that's how they were able to wrangle him into the war in Iran. I'm like, that's a level of conspiracism and a level of like exceptionality that you're applying, which just to me it looks too much like anti-Semitism to not like just completely disregard that term, right? Because what's this idea?
Probably
Like
millions
what
of people
other?
who believe that in America.
Yeah. And if someone's propagating it as a political commentator, as an authority, I would say that what they're doing is they are spreading. And like you said, but even with everything I'm saying factually about the Ceuta situation in Spain is true as well. He's like propagating opinions that are that again, like in practice, like are anti-Semitic, right, or are bigoted. Like that's the thing. I'm not sure where I'm getting an objection to it. Like,
what is the group that's being treated worse? The group that's being treated worse in the context of the shopkeeper is clear. It's black people.
mm-hmm.
What's the group that's being treated worse in the coverage situation, where it's disproportionate coverage, which we'll cash out at some later date in time, plus falsity and exaggeration? Right? Those are the two things I've heard being invoked to introduce it. That's the first I'm hearing of it, but let's work with it. What is the group that's being like penalized?
The group that's being penalized is Jews, and you could say specifically Israeli Jews, but like you don't have to be an Israeli Jew to get penalized by this stuff. We know that anti-Semitic like sentiment is on the rise, like in general, let alone the anti-Israel stuff.
But in order to know that, we need to know that he is applying this on the basis of them being Israeli Jews, right?
No, we don't need to know if he's doing it. We don't need to know about the intent. We need to know about the action and who suffers because of the action, because of the.
But we need to know the criteria of the discrimination, don't we? The criteria, not whether he harbors it, but we need to know, like, if someone says X not apply, in order to say that that's big, like it could be say that X variable could mean unqualified, that X variable could mean, American citizen. Maybe that would be discriminatory but maybe there's laws on the books or whatever. It's some sort of valid form of discrimination. So we just need to know that the criteria of discrimination fits into the mold. And so then you need to know, like, how do we know which group is being discriminated in terms of the coverage here? And are we able to, extrapolate, or I should say disentangle other potential criterion that makes sense of the different cases? For example, maybe it's not discrimination coverage based on them being Israeli Jews, but it's based on who they hate in general, beyond that, right? Not on the basis of those intrinsic characteristics, but just who they politically disagree with and therefore hate.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess the question is it just a coincidence? I'm asking this like sincerely. So say like Kyle, I think you probably agree, seems to think that Israel has a lot more power than they do, right? In the world.
Than I think they do?
No, than they actually do. I'm trusting you to have
right?
the objective reality on hand. Yeah.
By my lights. You're asking my opinion, right? Yeah, I think so.
As in like, okay, yeah. And
I to be honest, I don't watch a ton of Kyle's Israel coverage. I usually watch his MAGA stuff.
And he seems to.
I
yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, and he seems to also, if what I'm saying about the island in Ceuta and about Trump and Iran, if this stuff is true as well, then that probably means he has like a very conspiratorial outlook on the way that they exercise that power, right?
Certainly more than I do. Yes.
Okay. Even with those examples, is it just a coincidence that the country he applies that level of conspiracism to is the Jewish country, the one Jewish country?
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Okay.
No, but it's not in virtue of their Jewishness. I think it's in virtue of their what they're doing, right?
Well, but it seems like what are they doing to make Kyle think that they pushed a bunch of Moroccans over the border, or what are they doing to make him think that Epstein got dirt on Trump, gave it to Netanyahu?
Again, taking their view, making war with their neighbors, pushing us into war with Iran. I agree with that, by the way. Not that Trump doesn't bear some culpability. Doing unjustified actions in Lebanon, like that's all, that's probably more feeding into why they have that view, in my opinion.
Okay.
Unless you're willing to say that you think it's their attacks on Israel are because it's the Jewish state, as opposed to the state that's doing the actions that they disagree with.
Well, I would want,
but would you go that? Do you think that they're doing it because it's the Jewish state?
I think they're being caught up in, I think they're being basically caught up in a kind of like wave of anti-Semitic behavior, like anti-Semitic political action or political behavior and political opinion. I think that's what's happening. I think that there's a reason that, like, all those reasons you just gave, by the way, I actually surprisingly agree with almost all of them. Like Israel does bad things in Lebanon. They're doing very bad things in Gaza, and but there's a reason that level of conspiracism doesn't get applied to Myanmar, which is doing lots of nasty things, or like Saudi Arabia, which is doing lots of nasty things. Like there's a reason that extreme conspiracism goes to Israel, and why it's so popular for Israel, but not for other
of their
countries.
Actions.
But it's not because, well, again, because Israel's actions there didn't really have anything to do with, like, nothing that Israel's doing in Lebanon or Gaza has anything to do with whether or not they can tell the Moroccan king to go and hustle 50,000 people across a border to mess with Spain, right?
That's fine.
That's completely disconnected.
No, that's fine. But no, I agreed there. But if ultimately the base root of the coverage situation, which again, I think it needs further clarification. Not that you're not clarified, but I'm not clarified on it. But we'll push that to later. But if it's downstream of Israel's actions, I think you have to concede it's unlike the shop owner, right? The shop owner might say, hey, you rowdy teens need not apply because you fucked up in my shop and you've done this or that and you have a track record of this or this, and that they happen to be black. You wouldn't say that he's saying black people need not apply. And so if you think, and I think you just said that you agreed, that much of their coverage relates to their opinions, correct or incorrect, regarding Israel's conduct, I think you have to agree that that's a disanalogy with the shopkeeper hypothetical.
It's not one-to-one with the shopkeeper, but it's in terms of it being downward of their actions. I don't think the actions of Israel are enough to explain the level of conspiracism that Kyle applies to them. So it's like saying that someone who is obsessed with grooming gangs and it's like their number one issue, you can say it's downward of their actions. I'm sure if the grooming gangs didn't exist, then that issue wouldn't be an issue for bigots to use. But I can't just say it's downward of their actions. By the same token, that I don't know how we're talking about Israel supposedly with no evidence hustling 50,000 Moroccans into Spain to fuck with them, how that can be possibly downstream from the fact that they commit war crimes in Lebanon or Gaza.
Well, let's pause on that real quick. So, say, for example, someone takes a biased view on, let's say, the Russian Federation, and they constantly promote these narratives. The Russian Federation, I, by the way, think that Russia is committing a genocide in Ukraine.
Okay.
And they take the view, oh wait, that's for a different hypothetical. Or I can change it to be Ukraine stuff. No, let's stick with Russia. Okay, so they notice what Russia is doing. They notice that Russia is abducting, killing, committing genocide. And there's this like virulent anti-Russia propaganda Ukraine newspaper or something, Ukrainian newspaper. Call it. I know the Kyiv Post is not one of those, like, I don't know, conspiracy peddlers. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. And they're constantly pushing Ghost of Kyiv, and they're pushing, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, this or that. And again, I don't know the full facts on some of these different incidents or whatever. And every time an anti-Russian propaganda piece comes in, and actually Russia was involved in this thing that this deal that occurred in some other part of the world, and they're probably responsible also for interference in an election here, even though there's no evidence for it, let's say. And they just start buying into this anti-Russian narrative based on misconduct that Russia does, and maybe even a track record that Russia has of misbehaving in other countries. Would you ever be inclined to say that that person is anti-Slav or anti-Russo?
Well, bigoted against Russians, right? Like against the national group.
Yeah.
Dude, I think Ukrainians, a lot of them will happily tell you that they're bigoted against Russians and they won't care. It is interesting, though, that the conspiracism that is applied to Russia is still just nowhere near what's applied to Israel, even though Russia actually does do a lot of the things. Well, no, it's not tangential, because Russia does actually do a lot of the things that conspiracists might otherwise apply to other nations. They do meddle with elections. They haven't obviously invaded Ukraine and annexed Crimea for no other reason other than just like fucking lament for the loss of the Empire of the Union.
Explain why it's tangential. The truth or falsity isn't really here or there, right? It's about what the opinions of the people are, right? Or what their statements are, what informs their coverage, whether it's informed by, Russian ethnicity, as opposed to Russian actions of the state, for which from whence they derive this disparity in coverage that we're assessing. What's the criteria of discrimination in the context of the example of Russia? It's not Russian ethnicity. That's not explaining everything. It's Russian state action. That's what's explaining it. That's the discrimination is on the basis of action of the Russian Federation. And in your example, whether it's true or false, whether they have a track record or not, that is the basis of discrimination, right? Whether it's true or not, in the example of the shopkeeper, that he's correct about the economic impacts of discrimination, whether it's true or not that Black people do have an effect or not. It's just, what is the discrimination based in? And that's independent of whether or not it's a justified belief. And it's independent of whether or not Russians actually conform, or whether or not Ukrainians cop to Russian hatred, right?
But then we circle back again to the fact that how to the epistemic part of it, because again, with the shopkeeper, it probably does make a bit of a difference if they genuinely believe it because they've because the fucking Wall Street Journal told them so, or if they just believe it because they saw some TikToks.
Yeah, we gotta put epistemics aside, Loner.
No, because we're talking about what informs. Because we're talking about what informs your behavior, about whether or not your behavior is being informed by a sincere belief, or by a belief that you've actually pursued with a level of prudence, right? Or just with reckless disregard. But again, we've covered that one already.
Those are mental states, right? Sincerity is mental.
But it didn't just say sincerity. I also said whether you pursued it with a level of care or not.
And a level of care is whether or not you're in adherence or not in adherence with some sort of standard, and being reckless is consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk. And so what is the sine qua non of recklessness is a conscious disregard of a known, like you wouldn't say someone who walks into a park not knowing or having any basis to believe that there are like booby traps everywhere is being reckless. Someone who knows that there are booby traps in a park and walks there, they're being reckless, not the person who's the innocent wanderer. And so and I think that this is a good intuition that you might have, is to use this as evidence of states of mind. That's for me a much cleaner way to get at this coverage issue. It's a lot harder to map in the coverage issue like inherent discrimination, and it's I think gonna collapse into the same thing, which is basically, and I'm sorry, this is like really the sticking point, but that's why everyone talks about it, disentangling Zionism from anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism. That just seems to be where all paths lead.
You can't compare Russia and Israel in regards to world.
You know what? Maybe a few years ago, I would have agreed with that until I saw a bunch of anti-Zionists doing a lot of the same shit that anti-Semites do, and just saying the same things as the anti-Semites do. That Kalinske take on Ceuta, by the way, is the exact same theory that Fuentes gave, and they both blamed the same country. They blamed Israel. So it's just like. I don't know, but again, I do. Sorry, my fucking audience is telling me to raise your volume, but I probably have to shoot off and
Go soon.
finish my stream soon. But
Yeah,
I feel
it's
like
late for me too.
when you do these debates, do you have someone like, because I've seen you do stuff with like the Ask Yourself guys, like actually sitting there and helping like and moderating the fucking P's and the Q's.
So there was one time when we had I was talking to a redacted person, who I will not mention.
Shit.
And I really felt that Avi would be helpful for that conversation. And so I brought him on. Avi doesn't agree with me. Avi thinks that I am doing something wrong by endorsing, like, in either generals or primaries, any of these candidates who he thinks are too extreme. And so I didn't bring him on to, like, I brought him on to just like bring clarity to these views. So yeah, I did that like in one of these spaces, but that's not often. Usually it's just me here. I also like consulted, I guess, or like asked Avi's opinion on a few of my formal arguments for court packing. But or not even him, it was Ask Yourself on some of them. But usually it's just me. I mean, it's like you're just talking to me, and people, and because I respond to you right away, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I kind of I was just saying it because one, I definitely don't I'm not saying this is an insult or anything. I'm just like, this is the impression, this is like the feeling I've gotten through this conversation. I think when I'm saying disproportionate treatment of a particular like country in a way that other countries don't seem to get, like with the conspiracies and everything else, I think maybe I just haven't illustrated that enough, or like you maybe just don't know exactly what I'm referring to. So maybe I could maybe get some more
let's come back to it. Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't need to be specifically Kyle, because maybe we can just see if it's like representative of the movement in general, or I can find examples for Kyle as well. I'm sure I can. Also,
I really like this conversation.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't actually mind if there was like
a follow up with like a moderator or something.
Yeah, if there's someone just to make sure that we don't go in the circle over the same thing.
Yeah,
so I feel like there were a few times where we were, well,
Avi's
careful though, because
steeped in a
Avi
lot
will
of these.
probably agree with me, but I don't know if you're okay with that. Him being
I'm
the
sure
guy.
he does. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. The reason I respect Avi is because I think Avi, we disagree on a ton, but I think he's an honest interlocutor, and he tells me what he thinks and he answers questions. And so even though I really disagree with him on stuff, and like people would expect, why don't you get more mad at him for him voting for Trump and all that shit? I find it, him and how we communicate to be like very, I don't know, very honest and forthright. So I wouldn't have a problem with him helping out. And he, if he wants to get involved, he's happy to like not get involved either and just like help out. But I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism?
I've seen it before and I've read it before, and I know that it contains some controversial aspects of like a disproportionality or something like treated them differently than other countries or something like that. But I have read it before. I just don't recall what it is.
Okay. I wouldn't mind also making that like maybe like a centerpiece or just like a part of the debate as well, just because I think almost every part of it to me is defensible. Maybe one or two bits you could like nibble on the edges, but yeah. So I don't know if that might be a good place to go with to see whether or not it actually is in that definition, as well as everything else we just spoke about today.
That looms large in the conversation. There's even been like legislation in America about like making that the definition, the official definition. I'm usually someone who I'm happy to work with whatever concepts you have. Just like I think that's oftentimes, and it happened in the conduit conversation, he'll use a concept like, I don't know, the joke that you invoked before about hatred more than necessary, or he'll introduce a concept that he's not really like willing to bite the bullet on, right? Like I don't think that you would be willing to bite the bullet that some honest actor who is responsible but who gets the facts wrong but doesn't harbor bias and publishes a piece on Israel that has, and he knows will have, an increased effect on anti-Semitism, you would in no world call that anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah, no, I know that. Like, I know that. I understand that every time I show a video of fucking settlers looking all Jew-like, doing crazy shit, then there may be someone in the audience who's just going to feel a bit more anti-Semitic.
What does it mean to look Jew-like, huh? What does
it
mean to look Jew-like?
The curls and the little hat, you know.
Would you endorse Francisca Hong or Tom Tiffany in the Wisconsin governor's race if they were the general candidates?
Golly, probably Hong.
Hell yeah, based true lib.
Wait,
never change.
Would you be Blue no matter who if you switched out Hong for a Dixiecrat?
A Dixiecrat?
Yeah, Bull Connor. Bull Connor versus Tiffany.
Yeah, if you're really some fucking racist, there's some lines that I'll draw. And that will be based, I think, a lot uh on like the overall party brand stuff. I said that of Plattner too. I just don't think it's applicable to Hong. Like this would apply to Nick Fuentes, for example. Now, I do think that Nick Fuentes would be harmful to certain Trump strategies. He would vote against the Iran war. I just don't see Francisco Hong as having the same reputational risk as these people. And so I'm not like totally against that argument. Just like where it will land is on in very extreme candidates. I would vote for Francisco Hong if she was dead. I would vote for her if she. It really is a case of like the most extreme, where the reputational risk will really. My intuition on that's going to turn on maximally, and it doesn't exist for these types of DSA figures. And I'm sorry if that bothers you. It's just my intuition about the American electorate and what
does bother me. Well,
what the track record has been.
So with the Dixiecrat with Bull Connor, you wouldn't be convinced by any of the arguments that a lot of these people are using for
segregation people.
Right?
Yeah. These are people who
but obviously you wouldn't you wouldn't bend to the argument that a lot of these DSA types are saying are like, yeah, he's a Dixiecrat, but it's not actually on his policy platform. He's just said it a whole bunch that he wants it at times. And
so if he's walking away from it,
well, he's not walking. He's not really walking away from it. He just he's just not like he just can't do it, can he? He can't do it. And he probably won't do it. But it's an aspiration.
No, but is he an avowed Dixiecrat?
He's about as Dixiecrat as Hong has abolished the police, right? It's clear she believes in it. She's just not going to do it.
It's clear that he is racist, in other words, but he's not going to institute.
Well, we don't know. We don't know if he's a segregationist because he sincerely believes whites and blacks will be safer. And but
I basically assume MAGA Republicans are racist.
Yeah.
And now that's maybe not a justifiable belief, but if the shoe fits.
So to you, it's more because, but yeah, coming back to that, like would it matter if he used the same defense that DSA types use for like abolish the police, in the sense that like it's clear, it seems very clear that they want it, and they've stated that they want it, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah. So if he said something like segregation is a long-term goal of mine, it's all academic, I just think it's better for the black race to be separated from the white race.
Yeah,
that's going to land differently than the prison. I think both are. I think that prison abolition is fucking stupid radical. Police abolition is stupid radical. It sounds horrible. Whatever. I think the reputational risk associated with those are different even now.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if that triggers you, but
no, it doesn't trigger me. I just want to know. Would the Dixiecrat who says everything you just said about how it's just aspirational, academic, not actually going to do it, you pick him or Tiffany?
Yeah, so I would pick in the context of Tom Tiffany versus an avowed segregationist who sees it as a long-term goal. And again, we're not talking about like woke racism, right? We're talking about like deep South anti-black racism, correct?
Yeah, he wants to bring back segregation. Yeah.
So I would treat them differently. I would treat Hong differently, and I would support as an instrumental end Tom Tiffany.
Okay.
Thankfully, it doesn't present it before us. Same thing with Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. If Jeffrey Epstein were the candidate, I would vote for the MAGA person. If the candidate were Hitler, I would vote for Tom Tiffany. If the candidate were Nick Fuentes, I'd vote for Tom Tiffany.
What if it was what if it's a DSA candidate who like wants to arm the Houthis?
There is something different, yeah. Because of the reputational risk aspect of it. It's about reputational risk. You understand? It's about what I understand people will respond to on a national platform.
So to you, reputational risk matters even if it's aspirations that they're not realistically ever going to enact, right?
If my intuition about their effect on the electorate is that it will have a given effect, then yes.
Okay.
I'm always sensitive to that. I'm open to that argument. I just don't think no one is presenting that, that extreme of a case for me, such that I would think that. I mean, these people, AOC was a prison abolitionist person. You understand?
Yeah.
Mom Donnie has said shit like that in the past. All right. So, and they're one of the most popular figures in America. And so that isn't true of the segregationist, right? That isn't true of the Hitlerite. And I don't think that's true of the Groyper. Very, very different.
Okay. So I guess you're right. Do you think Al-Sayed's going to have a better chance than, or any chance of winning the Michigan race? Yeah.
He has a real chance. Yeah. It's not a foregone conclusion by any means, but I think he's favored.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Would you disagree with anything I just said?
I think there's I'd have to look more specifically into people like Hong.
Wait, hang on. So let's pause real quick. You said you're inclined to vote for Hong, right?
Yes.
You're not inclined to vote for the segregationist, correct?
No. Because
So
I would say that like the
differently,
value, because the values are different. Well, it depends because I don't know. But again, that's subject to me. That's that's based on what I know about Hong now. If I learn something more about her, then you know.
Maybe there's something else. Let's take Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
Fuentes, he versus Hong. No question, you wouldn't support Fuentes, right?
Wait,
but you might support Hong.
Supporting Hong over Fuentes, yeah. Fuentes. Sure, yeah.
No, against Tiffany. They're both against Tiffany. So in the context of the matchup against Tom Tiffany, right?
Okay.
No question that you would support, that you wouldn't consider supporting Nick Fuentes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but you might support Hong, right?
Mm-hmm. Based on what I know about her now, yeah.
You like me treat them differently. And that means I think that we're aligned, at least on the differential treatment there. And I think that makes sense. That makes sense. But here's the fact, right? If you knew that there would be no reputational risk or harm to the national platform, I'm just gonna bite the bullet and tell you, I'm voting for Plattner. I'm voting for a crazy segregationist. I'm voting for all these people who are going to stymie the agenda.
You'd vote for the segregationist if you thought so. Your rejection, right? Your rejection of the segregationist is because of the reputational harm, not because you think their values are so that like you can't be voting for this person even if it's against Tiffany. Okay.
So people will take the vote, right? Like this is so obvious. Your vote is not a self-actualization of yourself. Your vote is an instrument to an end. Your vote is a means to an end. And if I truly believe, as I do, right, that we are on the cusp of fascist encroachment and we're on the cusp of authoritarian encroachment, I would be a monster not to. And I think that people who are too pure be like, oh, I would never support a rapist ever. Really? Under no circumstances? I don't really think that you believe what you've been peddling about MAGA then. And I think that is obvious. And I bite that bullet every day of the week. And I think that it's the principled position to take.
I was going to say something that would just be clickbait, but yeah, but I think maybe where we disagree is that I think it's I don't agree with every single individual when they did this, but I do think it was a good general idea to purge the Corbyn heads out of the Labour Party, or just to keep them on the backbench
because of the ends, right?
Because of the values as well, right? I think what they do in terms of like
that too. Yeah. So if I felt that the segregationists, here's the other point, right? There's people who fear that the DSA is actually going to take over the Democratic Party. If I had a fear like that some of the most crazy people, I might treat that differently, right? Because then they have to start being their own threat versus MAGA and be like, okay, do we want a Stalin versus a MAGA type? Then that becomes an issue. I don't think these DSA types are Stalinists. Just so you know, I don't think that's true. Just to be honest with you. But even like assuming that the fear mongering, which there's this like Red Scare 2.0 thing going on right now, even if that were true, that's something to consider. And so maybe in the context of the Labor Party, there actually is some policy ramifications to allowing these anti-Semites to fester in the Corbynite, front benches, right? That to me is another set of considerations. But definitely considerations are in terms of reputational risk, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah, reputational risk is definitely like the main argument. I think there is maybe a question of like, I don't know exactly because I haven't looked too much into this, but what do you think of the fear that I'm not worried about the DSA taking over the Democrats? What maybe would give me pause is the idea that they do what they say they want to do, which is to use the democratic infrastructure to build themselves up to the point that they become like a third party and then just fuck off.
I think it's hysterical.
Yeah?
I don't think it's likely, yeah.
Like when someone said Trump's going to be president in 2012, it's hysterical, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's fucking even at the first debate in 2016, it was hysterical, right?
People will use that for everything. Not everything is like Trump, and so we need to be honest about that. We need to, and I'm not going to be convinced that every movement has that potentiality just because it has happened before. I'm going to need to see some more.
Is that because America is like more of a right-wing retard factory than a left-wing?
Can we pause real quick? I'm obviously accepting LonerBox's rendition of the facts. I have some tankies that said there was no evidence that Corbynites were anti-Semitic, and you can respond to them. I don't have the domain area knowledge. I just know like that it was a controversy. Okay, you motherfuckers. I'm I clearly don't live in fucking UK. All right. That being said, who's going to win the Clacton by-election?
I mean, it depends on their Clacton. Oh, what? It's what, bin face. No, it'll be Farage. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to make your vote count.
For the tankies in your in your chat, when it comes to Corbyn, again, you can use whatever you can use or reject whatever anti-Semitism definition that you want. It is absolutely true that as far as party membership goes and the way that those people were behaving and the way those complaints were raised, he did bring in a whole bunch of fucking like Hamas supporters. He brought in people who were like fucking Stalinists. He brought in people who were like basically fucking bullies and like pretty nasty fucks on those grounds. And yeah, it did obviously do reputational damage to the party, but it's okay. You know, it's terrorism support is fine. I guess we tolerate that in the West. Brr, Israel's the real terrorist. I know, true.
I was about to go there. Wait. So I saw that Benny had 20%.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
There's been momentum.
There are 34 candidates or something. Yeah.
Is this good for Andy Burnham or not? You tell me.
Yeah, because Labor's not standing in that seat, right? Labor, the main parties aren't standing.
The distraction. People were saying on some of the shows that like this is interfering with the glow of the Manchester legend and this administration. It's a distraction and therefore it harms something. But I don't know if you feel that way. I feel like Labor, the polls have been, consistently more negative for reform, but you know better.
Yeah, the polls are bad for reform. Well, probably because I wouldn't have predicted this, but like it seems that actually bringing down immigration numbers within reason, without being like racist and shit, and small boats crossings just happening to go down anyway seems to have helped him quite a bit. But also, Farage is just like. He's like a scammer. He's very much like Trump. He does like there's like political theater and gimmicks and all that, but the British media pushes back on it better. So when Farage talks about using the Royal Navy to send migrants back to France, like the entire mainstream press will just humiliate the shit out of him for it and make him answer questions that he can't answer that are quite basic. And what he's doing in Clacton was just a bluff that backfired.
What about the 5 million though?
Yeah, well, that's why he's standing again, right? That's why he's fucking about in Clacton. Yeah.
All right. Last question. I also saw that the is it restore? Yeah. Restart. I don't know. Finally, you guys need to figure that shit out. Are they going to do grand unity, or are the personalities make that impossible? Of the right wing, think it's kind of based that they're like splitting the vote, right? Tories, reform, and restore.
Yeah, it's. I think they probably. The thing I'm more scared of is reform and conservatives like merging somehow, or just conservatives becoming so small that reform just eats up the rest of them, right?
Badenoch had a really good final question time with Keir Starmer. It was very respectful.
It's very British, yeah. Dude, fucking Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak conceded the election before the Labour had even crossed the first past the post line. So yeah, we didn't
know how good we had it with Rishi, did we?
No, I was.
How good we had it,
dude. After being in DebateCon, like Rob Noor asked the audience, like how many of them would want to repeal the 19th, and the amount of fucking hands I saw, it was like you would go from one end of my country to the other and not get that many hands raised as you did in that room. Yeah, your country's a shithole. I'm sorry.
All of these. Okay. Hold your horses there. You fucking. Not the debate cons are all like this. They're all like super conservative pilled. They're all like funded by these like weirdo rich people with no time, and they are all like demonic right wingers and like flat earthers.
But they're so polite. They're so kind to you afterwards and friendly.
Yeah, they're very nice. Yes, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I love the war debate people were incredible. Tim Pool was insanely nice to me. Alex Stein was. It's not about niceness. Yeah. Can't get charmed by them, Loner. Can't get charmed by these.
Oh, I'm not charmed by them.
These fucking. All right, that's good. Hey, great conversation. Yeah, we can do round 2 of it. But I thought it was very worthwhile, and I really enjoyed your company, man.
All good. You too, man.
All right. Later, brother.
Bye. Absolutely shagged. So destroyed. So many clips. Get the clips. Go TikTok. TikTok the shit out of this guy. In 4K. Grumble. He ran. Shut up. You went so soft. Sorry. He's literally like, I've got his volume completely maxed out on my end. I can see it's like barely hitting the yellow on my meter. And and he has to be quiet because of his neighbors. I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking scream at the guy. Yeah, fuck. I told myself after DebateCon that I was going to learn to be more rhetorical. And then I just have the most fucking logic bro debate of the entire decade. But I do think I should I think the arbitrary definition is probably worth debating because it gets lied about so much. People, Mehdi Hassan always speaks fucking bullshit about this. I do think if you go by this, there was one of these that I thought you could quite realistically quibble with. What was it? Symbols. Oh, blood libels and shit like that. Okay. The Nazi the Holocaust inversion. I think I can defend that quite easily. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of Israel. Yeah. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism. Okay. Double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded by any other democratic nation. That's to do with Israel. Wikipedia says it's controversial. Yes. Yes, it does. Denying the Jewish people. This is obviously one of those things where the literal interpretation of it is quite stupid, but there's obviously a threshold here, I would say. Like this is down to specifics of like the refugee stuff or like the way that their military works and all this other shit. Yeah. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of Israel is a racist endeavor. I would fight on this. Yeah. I originally thought this one was a bit more difficult to defend. Actually, I think it's really easy to defend. It's just the problem is it's like a history debate. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal. This obviously depends on like how prudently you've pursued that opinion, or that would be epistemic. Oh, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Well, obviously, denying the fact, scope, mechanisms, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people at the hands of National Socialist Germany. Yeah, okay. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person. Now, this is what people who are fucking hate Israel do all the time. Like, it's always like the act of any Israeli individual is applied to the entire nation. Like, Israel did this. It's like, oh, one soldier committed a crime. Shit, crazy.
From watching Conduit to the end of your convo, do you think things were cleared up? Is there a fundamental disagreement you see, or what do you take from that convo?
Thanks for 10.
Because I feel these go nowhere.
Thanks for $10. So I think one is that I don't know if I was assuming too much background knowledge, maybe, or like when I was talking about disproportionate hatred of Israel, like I'm referring to the fact that I'm referring to the fact that people talk about settler violence a lot, right? Some people talk about it like it's the crime of the century. Do you know how many settlers have murdered Palestinians, or how many Palestinians have been murdered by settlers this year? And this is like the worst year for a very long time. It's like 18, right? And I think when you take that, or even with the war in Gaza, like if you treat it like it's some kind of like exceptional, like the crime of the century or the war of the century or whatever, or like the genocide of the century, then you are just kind of like, you are just acting like a lot of the rest of the world for some reason just isn't that important. Like Sudan's not important, or Yemen's not important. Like, or just like the fact that people are so willing to believe every outrageous claim for Israel, but not for any other country. Like if someone said that that the Houthis were systematically raping people by training dogs to fuck them, it's like, I would stop and say, well, I'm not sure about that, but most people would. Or with the way that like rapes on October 7th are treated with so much scrutiny compared to rapes committed by the IDF, right? And some people are just really fucking dense, and they hear me talking about disproportionality, and they hear, oh, does it need to be the crime of the century for it to be bad? No. That's the problem, is that people don't treat it like it's just a bad thing. People don't treat it like it is what it is. They treat it like it's a billion times more than what it is, which is why like constantly invoking the Holocaust for the West Bank, right? Like that's crazy. Like that's fucking insane. I know the basic objections. Isn't the American and West link to support for Israel relevant attention-wise? If you are morally retarded, then yes. If you actually believe that this is my problem until we stop arming them, and then when we stop arming them, not my problem, don't give a fuck. Most people who make that argument would want America to continue pressuring Israel even after they break ties, right? If you stopped all of the aid to Israel, all of those people who say that, who make that argument that you just did, will still say that America should sanction them and they should put pressure on them from the outside or as an enemy, basically, right? Or they should arm their opponents. So, no, I don't think that's a valid objection either. No, I know you're not arguing. Sorry, I'm just speaking broadly. or in the way that like every action from every individual actor is treated like a collective action. So like the 40 beheaded babies, like that's seen as like Israel's collective lie from the state all the way down to give them pretext to invade Gaza. Whereas like, or the mass rapes or whatever, even though actually what I seem to recall from the state of Israel, from the government, was the propaganda that they used to justify their invasion into Gaza, more than anything else, was Hamas's footage. That was what the government was doing. That was where journalists were being invited to watch a 45-minute video, all of Hamas's GoPro footage. Like that's what, or maybe CCTV cameras of Hamas doing their crime. Like that's where the pretext came from. But people will just say like, oh, this 40 beheaded babies, this lie is like a national lie almost, it's like a collective lie that was spread by that apparently everyone in Israel still believes, even though they don't. Like, yeah, it's just that kind of. So I think. And historical examples are good for this as well, or UN resolutions, like the fact that there are more UN resolutions against Israel than there are against like every other nation combined. Like even in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, like how do you explain that if not for anti-Semitism, right? I don't know, fuck. Quite difficult, I would say. That's the language I wish to use in the debate. Yeah, but that's like, you find that impressive because it's all rhetorical and shit like that, whereas a logic bro like Pisco is... just going to be like, well, what's driving their feeling? What if, like you said, the authorities in the world are all saying similar things, so people are just prudently pursuing the truth and being misguided? It's like, even if we disagree with them. 2 minutes! Oh, Mutin was watching me. You'd be okay with someone being called that. Like if someone doesn't hold an anti-Semitic bone in their body, like in their in terms of internal bias or bigotry, but they are functionally...
My bias is towards no, because Destiny called me a functional anti-Semite, and I didn't like it. I thought it was stupid.
Well, but that's
I agree with Pisco here, actually. I think
so
that using
Wait, who the fuck... Oh, he's in
the
this
term functional anti-Semite, I would just call Pisco anti-Semitic. I think you just say that. Functional anti-Semite is dumb. He's like functional bigot. You should call him anti-Semitic. Yeah, and he absolutely is.
Okay.
So you think Pisco's anti-Semitic?
100%, yeah.
Like he's a Jew hater.
He might be too stupid to understand how or whatever, or doesn't realize it. Maybe in some years he will. Maybe if like Jews...
But that would be a functional... whatever.
Become more lefty, he'll suddenly change everything, but 100%, yeah.
What is he basing this on? I don't watch enough Pisco content to... Whatever.
Invoke the baggage of anti-Semitism for actions that could be incredibly benign, like fair coverage of Israel.
Well, I would like to think that if someone does fair coverage of Israel, then they wouldn't get called a functional anti-Semite.
Even if they cause a rapid increase in anti-Semitism?
Yeah, because if it's fair coverage, then you're telling the truth. Like, you're not, as in like, it's...
When am I ever lying, right? So, well, maybe that's about me again, but like, you're saying someone who's deceptive and causing...
Like on this is a thing where you're torturing the ontology of a thing as well. Like, this is like asking, like, do you drink water when you're thirsty? And you're like, yes. And it's like, oh, so you think drinking water is good when you're thirsty? And it's like, yes. Well, hypothetically, let's say that you drank water that didn't quench your thirst. It's like, okay, well, then I wouldn't. So then that means that water doesn't necessarily... Well, hold on. An intrinsic property of water is that it quenches your thirst. So when you ask me if I drink water that doesn't alleviate my thirst...
What does this have to do with anti-Semitism?
Would I still drink water? And then I say no. That's not really saying anything about the concept of water. I don't believe, maybe on the very fringes, I don't believe that fair coverage of Israel would make people anti-Semitic. So I don't think you should bite the bullet on that. Like, well, what if you cover Israel fairly and it leads to anti-Semitism? No, bullshit. I think there are plenty of...
Well, actually, no. Okay, that's like a chain of events, though, right? Because if you fairly cover Israel... like, we know this because Israel sometimes fairly covers Israel, and then their fair coverage gets used by the fucking really crazy anti-Semitic people to spread anti-Semitism, right? Like, how do we know that the Hannibal Directive was used on October 7th? Oh, it's because fucking Israel said it, didn't they? Israel admitted it. They like fucking Yoav Gallant went on TV and was like, yeah, we did do that. Yeah, that did happen. Didn't happen nearly as often as people are saying it did. It happened like a less than a fucking handful of times. But yeah, that did result in like Gallant admitting that, or like the Israelis allowing that to become spread. Like that did result in an increase in anti-Semitism, but I guess more by extension type shit. Gimmick.
Ways you can be insanely critical of Israel and the way that the government conducts itself. And you can maybe even speak to the Israeli population at large for the support that they've given for the Netanyahu administration. None of these things would necessarily increase anti-Semitism. But when you combine coverage of Israel with zog, APAC, 24/7, and that's your biggest talking point, and every single election all across the entire United States, fuck you, to try to pretend like, oh, well, this is fair coverage of Israel. You're retarded. Coverage of a certain magnitude is absolutely...
I was getting quite frustrated by the one bit I would actually say I was frustrated with was I think I mentioned this as well. It was the he kept saying disproportionate coverage, like which is to me just sounds very softening. It just sounds like not what I'm saying at all. Like obsessive, like deaf, dumb, and blind hatred, like to the point that you'll just believe anything about them that's like, even if it's like not even physically humanly possible. To the point that you'll use any you'll pursue any means with reckless disregard for the truth to believe everything bad about them, and you'll doubt everything that's not bad about them. Everything has to be like every death toll has to be the fucking highest one that you can get a hold of from your infographics on Twitter. To just keep on saying back to me like, well, I think just someone who's got disproportionate coverage, and it just sounds like what, like you've got a special interest. Like,
absolutely a type of coverage. And it's not just about the fact. Look at all the black fatigue shit on X. Those are real stories of black people committing crimes. Would you say that people aren't racist because they're just reporting simply the facts? Like, it's retarded. Childlike understanding.
I think Hutch wants to talk though. I just said that. Jesus. Please don't. What? Talk to Hutch. You guys hate Hutch. 1 second. Where? Bah! Hello.
Hey man, what's going on?
Oh, just talking about Jews. What are you doing?
My favorite topic. I'm editing a couple videos. No, I just wanted to say what's up. I just like a lot has been happening in politics.
Okay.
I was just curious, what are your general thoughts on the state of things in the US?
I think anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary, Hutch.
I saw that. That was I don't know, where did Conduit get that
He got it
that
from
line?
me.
Did he?
Yeah. What
Nice.
what do you think that means, out of interest? What do you think that it's a joke told by a Jewish person, like an Israeli guy?
No,
What
yeah. No, I understand. I mean, I think I understood the intent of the joke without necessarily understanding the framing. Like, what do you think it means?
I think it means that criticism of Israel is like one thing, and criticism of the Jewish state is actually quite warranted because their government's fucking insane and the people are a bit mental as well. But you go into very different territory when they seem to get like a very exceptional level of treatment. Like there are conspiracies that are applied to them that would never get applied to any other nation. Or there is like so many false equivalencies drawn, like comparing Gaza to the Holocaust. Actually, Israel's been compared to like the Holocaust even when they did raids that killed like 50 people, let alone 70,000. And it's this kind of like obsessive hatred in the same way that people who in the UK who obsess over Muslim grooming gangs, or maybe people in America who have those Twitter pages where it's just an ever endless fucking feed of black people committing crimes in the streets that's just like curated over decades and just looped forever to make people angry.
Yeah.
Like I think when it becomes that kind of hatred, when you get to a place where like in the UN General Assembly, they're passing like more resolutions against Israel than every other country on earth combined in 1 year. Even in 2022, when Russia was literally fucking invading Ukraine, they got like less than half of the amount of General Assembly resolutions that Israel got. Then something else is driving that. That's not just proportional. That's not just a special interest. That's like a bigoted hatred. And that bigoted hatred we'd probably call anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Somebody called or described anti-Semitism to me the other day as populism combined with bigotry. And that one really stuck with me. Like I never really connected the dots of the connection between populism and anti-Semitism, but it makes perfect sense because the whole framing of populism is, there's an elite cabal of people at the top that are conspiring to, fuck the working man or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that ties in so neatly with the conspiracy theories about or millennia long like anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish people controlling the levers of power and that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, so I listened to some of your conversation with Pisco. I didn't catch the whole thing. How did that go? Did you convince him a little bit?
I don't think so. But I'd have to watch it back. I feel like there were a few times where the logic wasn't actually making that much sense. But I'd have to go back on it. I often just feel like, because whenever I have these conversations, I really, really don't always know. I really don't always know how much they know or how little they know. And when I refer to something like disproportionate coverage, or when I talk about like obsessive hatred and things like that, like I don't really know how much they understand like where I'm coming from or what I'm referring to. So I feel like I just have to go into all these examples, and then I do have a few good ones. Maybe I should just bring them out more. I don't know.
Do you make a distinction between maybe something we would call unintentional anti-Semitism and intentional anti-Semitism?
Yes. But depending on the context in which we're doing that, if someone is just walking on the same rake in a circle all fucking day for like an entire 2 or 3 years, then I'm probably going to have less and less patience for whether or not I think they're anti-Semitic, like in their head, right? So,
Yeah.
so that's why I don't really like, that's why I have no problem calling like Hassan an anti-Semite, because like he's just got so much reason to know better, like it's so much and he's been doing the same shit for so long, and all the mistakes and all the errors all point in the exact same direction. So yeah, that's exactly like to me it's like a no-brainer, even if like if I brain scanned him and found, oh, actually, he does seem to be okay with Jews. It's just the Zionists. It's just like half of them that he's got a problem with, or it's only most of them. Yeah. To that point, I'm getting like even if it's motivated by a different thing than just prejudice against Jews, it's like, but if it's a prejudice that's making you hate most of the Jews, like in the world, then to me, you're getting to the point of like the distinction is just academic to me. It's like not as meaningful.
I think with Cenk and Anna, it's a bit more explicit. Like they're pretty, I would say, like pretty openly anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but why? Why them more so? I'm curious.
They seem to embrace the Zog stuff 10 times more. They seem to be much more comfortable being explicit about it, whereas I would say Hassan is a bit more subtle about it, and he's not as I could be wrong about that. Maybe I just haven't seen enough Hassan clips, but he strikes me as maybe less explicit than them.
Yeah, so Hassan's not Zog. He thinks the fucking shit that a lot of the Muslim anti-Semites do, like the Islamists, like the Hezbollah. He believes that America is actually controlling Israel, because like that's how they cope with the idea that they get defeated by Jews militarily, from like an extremist Islamist point of view. But then I'm curious, why is one more anti-Semitic than the other? Why is Zog more anti-Semitic than Israel only managed to win because of Daddy America helping them? Israel only survives because America helps them, and it's the other way around. Why is one anti-Semitic and not the other?
I guess my sense of Hassan is that I mean, I would feel comfortable calling him anti-Semitic at this point, but I think in his case, he got there through like a leftist lens, like a leftist analysis, and it really did start as an anti-imperialist kind of stance in his mind, and then over time, like I'm not sure he's aware of that. Whereas I think with Cenk and especially Anna seems to be in a kind of like, yeah, I'm saying it, I don't give a fuck kind of state with her rhetoric regarding Israel. And so, maybe that's a superficial distinction, or maybe I'm just wrong and I just haven't seen enough clips, but that's just what my sense has been.
I'm just asking because I feel like I'm starting to notice that that we seem to recognize anti-Semitism so much more easily when it's a trope that the right wing uses, like Zog. But when it's a trope that the left wing uses, like, the only reason that Jews left the Middle East to go to Israel is because of Zionists like dropping grenades and scaring them all into fleeing and conspiring, right? I think one of those is anti-Semitic and the other one's not. And I wonder if it's just because we're more familiar with right-wing anti-Semitism, whereas the other one I would say is probably equally anti-Semitic because it's still conspiratorial. It's still lying about Jewish history. It's still denying their suffering at the hands of other oppressive groups. But for some reason, because it's left-wing, we're just more reluctant to call it anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of struggling with.
I guess maybe the way I think about it is from the leftist perspective, I do think a lot of it is born out of the constant oppressed oppressor lens. And so I think they're centering Palestinians in the analysis. And so there can be no nuance, like there can be no acknowledgement that at steps along the way, from the time preceding the establishment of Israel to the early years of that like volatility and violence, and then obviously like throughout the subsequent decades, the idea that Palestinians at any point have contributed to their not having a state at this point, by their own actions, is something that they would want to like resist. They probably have like a strong psychic resistance to acknowledging something like that. And so they play into the anti-Semitic tropes, but I don't know if it's born out of the same analysis of like Jewish people.
They have to get different extra steps.
Whereas when I watch Anna, she seems to be really leaning into, like the crafty Jewish person, trope. Like you saw when she actually like physically kind of impersonated that meme, right? Did you see that one clip of her when she's like tapping her fingers together? Bro, that was so on the nose. Exactly what she was doing. But I guess the reason why I brought it up is because I think in the case of Kyle and Crystal, it's a similar situation, or I would apply like a similar analysis to them as I do with Hassan, where I do think at this point they are either, whether it be knowing or unknowing, playing into anti-Semitic tropes with just the sheer level of Zog stuff. I would say Kyle especially, but maybe Crystal's just as bad and I just haven't seen enough clips. And how do you that's a bit more difficult to unpack, so I think Kyle in particular, with him it's about just like having like this pet issue. And for a long time in America, it was Medicare for all, and it's used as a wedge issue within the Democratic Party, and it's used as a litmus test to draw these battle lines and determine who's an enemy and who's an ally. And that didn't pan out. I would argue we're probably further away from single payer at this point than we were 10 years ago. And so when October 7 happened, and then obviously like Israel's just like sheer brutal violence, that gave them an issue that I think is like much more visceral and like much more easy to exploit and capitalize off of. And so I think from that, he's been really pushing the Israel stuff. But, is that born out of anti-Semitism, or is that born out of a political cynicism? And then it kind of unknowingly moves into that category. So, that's how I think of those two. But
it's more like the anti-Semitism gets born out of something else rather than the thing is born out of anti-Semitism.
Yeah. That's how I feel, basically.
I do sometimes start wondering if just like, because it is a bit like just a different form of bigotry to how right-wingers do it, like it should just be called something else, but then there's not really any word that really captures it, and because of the overlap, like I think anti-Israel, bigoted against Israelis is still like pretty bad, and you're still bigoted against most Jews, right? But the problem with that is like it just, to me, it doesn't really capture the amount of overlap there is as well, like in the behavior. So I don't know. I do think they are noticeably different though, the way the right wingers and left wingers do it.
Sure. What are your thoughts on like the state of Democratic Party politics right now? It's getting kind of crazy.
As much as I don't like it, you're probably just going to have to wait until they lose to Republicans before you can do anything about it at this point. Like we had Corbyn. He was expected to get fucked in 2017. He did much better than people thought he would. Didn't quite win, so he runs in 2019, loses the worst defeat for Labour since 1935, and then they bin him. I think the Democrats are probably going to have to go through that. They're going to have to just watch fucking El-Sayed lose in Michigan and others lose it to Republicans elsewhere really badly. And if they don't, because they might not, then you just have to live with it. You just have to fight it from within, I guess.
I think the issue there is sweet LonerBox. And I don't know, maybe you're not super familiar with the dynamic here, but I don't think they're going to learn a lesson if they lose. They will find a way to offload the blame, as they always do. And so there's really they construct these narratives that basically perfectly insulate them from. Are you leaving? Bye, love. That basically insulate them from any criticism or any kind of accountability for electoral losses. And so if El Sayed loses, I say especially with Hong, I think she's getting a decent amount of criticism from even people within like that camp. You know, you have people like Ken Klippenstein tweeting out basically criticisms of her rhetoric and the way that she's handling herself in these interviews, where she's basically like feeding the right wing these awful clips. But in the case of El Sayed, if he loses, they will 1000% blame the establishment, even though like the entire establishment is endorsing him today. I don't know if you saw, but like Kamala and Schumer and Stevens and like they're all like rallying behind him.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll still find a way to blame the establishment, or they'll blame Israel, or they'll blame, you know, AIPAC specifically, or corporate PACs. And, you know, I guess I'm not as confident that they would learn the lesson. Hopefully, like voters would learn the lesson in that spot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was going to say that, like, yeah, they can deny reality for as long as they want, and people who are still dyed-in-the-wool Corbyn supporters will still say, "Oh, well, he did get more votes than Keir," and that's the real thing that matters, is who got more votes total between like 6 years of elections. But no, what's it going to mean for the rest of the voters? Like, are they really going to be able to just keep on running candidates and winning primaries if they get absolutely annihilated by the Republicans? Probably not. I think they will. Populist movements tend to do this as well. It's like they're like shooting stars, you know, they burn, and then they if they can't use the momentum, if they ever lose momentum, then they just fall. So it's a question of whether or not they're going to get enough momentum to either get enough for a dirty break or enough to take over the party.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I felt better about El Sayed because I watched the speech that he gave the morning after he won, and it was, you know, typically when you're running in competitive seats, you're going to appeal to the base in the primary and pivot to the center and try to win over some of those moderates during the general. You know, with few, I mean, like, unless it's a safe blue seat, then that's a different kind of race. But so I was looking for him to do that because I do want him to win, even though I have some issues with him. And he struck a good tone, you know, like I did get the sense that he was doing that. And so I thought, okay, I felt a little bit better about that. And then I saw that there was like an AP photographer that took photos of him a few days ago, the night that he won or the night after. And he's at a party with Hassan Piker being photographed by professional press at this party. And I saw that last night and I was like, okay, I don't know if this guy, that just feels like pure hubris to me to do something like that. Cause it's just, he's going to get just absolutely buried in campaign ads featuring Hassan's greatest hits. And there are thousands of insane clips that they could choose from.
Is that, so your prediction is that he's just going to get squashed by Rogers?
My prediction is in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will see a moment where Abdul El Sayed condemns Hassan because he's going to be forced to. I don't know if you've seen any of the ads that they're running so far. I've seen like 4 or 5 already.
I haven't seen ads. Send me the ads.
They're really bad. Hold on. I can try to find one, but you can just guess. I mean, you've seen all these clips of Hassan. Just imagine, it seems like Fox News were running the
Fox clips are fucking hilarious because they actually do the thing that Hassan accuses everyone else of doing. It's like they do take 6-second clips that are out of context and just use whatever fucking crazy shit. But yeah, I'd be curious to see.
Oh, they blatantly did that in an ad that I quote posted this morning. But Fox has been running kind of the same 3 to 5 clips of Hassan for the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to have figured out that there are thousands. And so now they're running now it's just the timeline is getting just inundated with right-wing channels that are posting his most unhinged moments. And, you know, the idea that that's not a liability for El Sayed in a state like Michigan, and Rogers is actually a pretty strong candidate. If you watch some of his campaign ads and the way he talks, like he's he could appeal to moderates. Like he could appeal to Stevens voters that are cagey about Al-Sayed. And so this is a problem. Like this is a problem.
Yeah, but isn't it the case where, remember, what if you end up in the same situation where it goes the same way that the Trump thing did, where every time he got caught doing something fucking creepy or whatever, and people were like, oh yeah, this is the one, we got him, he'll never bounce back after we caught him talking about grabbing women by the pussy and shit like this, and he just kind of sailed through all of it. What happens if it's the same with Al-Sayed? Like he just gets some fucking boring shit for brains, like middle of the road Democrat who doesn't really have any flair and has to get loads of funding, just coming like, didn't you hang out with Hassan Piker, or is that the American? And he's just sitting there like, listen, lady, I'm not Hassan Piker. I'm your Congress candidate, Abdullah Sayed. Like, I'm just here to, I care more about the people of Michigan than I care about Hassan Piker. Like, what if it doesn't work? Yeah.
So I think there's like a couple things. So the first thing is that I think Al-Sayed, my read of him is he is pretty skilled at communicating. When you watch him speak, even in like older footage, he's just a really good kind of disarming, charming kind of speaker. Mm-hmm. And he's done a really good job so far of deflecting, which is just an essential political skill. Like every politician needs to learn how to, piggyback off of a tough question and turn it into something that actually makes him look good. And like that's the politician. I think like some politicians do that really, really well. And he seems to have like a natural knack for it. And I would say he's a pretty good candidate on paper. And so he's got some strengths that could help him weather the storm. And also just the climate is so bad for Republicans right now that might just be enough to overcome any kind of baggage that Hassan has. I think what's different right now though, is that he's won the primary and now we're in the general. And so the Republican channels, they're dumping all of these Hassan clips. Like they started immediately, like, an hour or two after it was called for Al-Sayed, they were just flooding the, social media and Michigan with campaign ads about Hassan Piker. And so I think it's different now. He's going to have a lot more pressure to distance himself for Hassan or to account for some of the crazy things that Hassan said, especially if he was photographed at a fucking party with him 3 days ago. Like that seems so arrogant to me. But he might be able to still like skate by. I mean, I definitely want him to win, but it's going to be tough. Like they're going to make it difficult for him because it's just, with someone like Hassan, there are so many clips that are just so easy to, I don't need to explain.
I mean, my guess is that he'll moderate or lose. But do you have the what ads that Fox were using? Or I can get them.
So there were. Yeah, I can link you the Fox one from today, but then there was a couple from the NRSC, the Senate committee for the Republican Party.
Okay.
And those ones were I would say like a bit worse. Here's the Fox News thing that I just put in Discord. Oh wait, no, that's from the NRSC as well. That one's bad. That one's bad.
I'll share my screen so I can play it. Wait, are you at your PC or?
Oh
shit! You'll be able to see this if I share it,
right? Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this, black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance.
Yeah.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock.
Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what
I would feel bad for him if this isn't what he does to everyone who crosses his path, but okay.
I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? God damn. You got me, okay? You got me, because I'm a racist person.
Okay, that's fucking ridiculous.
So there's that one,
Okay.
and then that's like the fourth that they've posted about Hassan. But that's bad. I mean, like, I don't need to explain to you, you're a smart guy, how important the black vote is to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I mean, they are so essential. They're so essential, and they're a bit more moderate than the median white person in America. There's more religion that's practiced, and they're just much more socially conservative. And you know, there's a lot of animosity with like black voters and progressives, and it's kind of all out in the open. And it's really smart for the Republican Party to focus on that tension. And you know, obviously that's like really deceptively edited, but it's gonna work. It's like that will be effective, and there's not really an easy answer for that if you're El Sayed. And so I think he's just gonna get so much pressure in the next couple of weeks. He's gonna have to, you know, distance himself from Hassan. If he doesn't, that's just, I have to entertain the possibility that he's deliberately throwing.
Well, my guess was always that he will either moderate or lose, especially because he's already struggled with black voters against Stevens, isn't he? But I think that's more because of the there's also like the Muslim black tension in Detroit anyway. But shit. Well,
yeah, we'll see. It's getting, things are heating up here in the United States.
Would you vote for Hung or Tiffany, Hutch? That's the question. Apparently.
I would vote for Hong, but I would not feel good. I would vote for El Sayed, and I would feel nothing. It would just be like an obvious vote versus Rogers, because El Sayed is, I would say, kind of annoying and irritating with the populist stuff, but I don't think he's a crazy person. And I don't think he would like blow up legislation if he was a key vote. With Hong, she's just really bad. Like, she's a bad candidate. She has bad ideology. The stuff that she believes is bad. It's just all bad. And, you know, she's going to have a lot of control. Like, as governor of a state, she's going to be able to, you know, basically, her capacity to really fuck things up for Democrats broadly is just way higher than Hong. Here's another ad that they put out. It's not even an ad, it's just a clip. Or they reposted it from RNC Research.
Oh, okay.
Abdullah has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit.
True. Okay, what? Let's see.
This was the very first ad that they put out hours after it was called for Abdul El Sayed.
Okay, 2 minutes. 15
Abdul Rahman Muhammad El Sayed, the most
fucking full name.
Yeah.
I love it.
Radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
El Sayed pledged support for the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, a designated foreign terrorist group. He wants to hike taxes on Michigan waitresses, delivery drivers, and seniors on Social Security. He joined a sex offender and a murderer to demand the mass release of dangerous prisoners. And when his ally claimed America deserved 9/11,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
El Sayed refused to disavow it.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong for Michigan.
Too brown. Fuck me, man.
Is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV. Started today. You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'd be happy to give you lessons.
Yeah, the definitely.
Well, you see, Abdurrahman Ali Al-Adawa. Fuck me.
They're very not so subtly leaning into Islamophobia, racism, like absolutely, just out, like explicit, insane. You know.
And the thing is, there's nothing that mobilizes, after reading all about fucking fascism, there's nothing that mobilizes these cunts more than just like the fucking middle class farmer shit for brains twats fear of leftism, and I guess Islam on top of that. Yeah, there's no wave that they can ride harder than that one. It's always been like that. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on this space, because I think politics is just going to get increasingly volatile and insane leading into the for the next 2.5 years, I think, leading into the next election, the presidential election. Because it's going to be bad. Like, it's going to be bad. It's already really, really bad. But, the progressives, they smell blood in the water. They see an opportunity. You probably have a better sense of this. Like, it is just plainly the case that leftist movements historically have done much, much better when there's right-wing authoritarian governments in control, right?
Is that true? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Left-wing governments, when there are authoritarian the left-wingers do better when there are right-wing authoritarians in control.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Well, now you're going to embarrass me.
Well, I'm thinking of revolutions. That maybe that's not the right thing to think about. Am I thinking about populist left-wingers getting votes? What happened in Spain?
You can count revolutions too. That's what I mean. Like, either populist revolutions or I'm sorry, either populist sort of like left-wing movements that gain a lot of traction, or
like
left-wing revolutions.
So like crumbling. So revolutions tend to happen in like crumbling dictatorships, right? Like the failure of the fucking czar, like Batista. I'm thinking of that, Venezuela. But I'm wondering about like in electoral politics and like liberal democracies, when the socialists actually, what conditions do they do better under? They did well in Greece. They did well in Spain. Kind of France. That was largely off the back of the 2008 crash. Economic crisis.
Or like even China, right? Like Mao leading the socialists against the nationalists there.
Yeah, but that's because the nationalists got fucking a bit wrecked by World War II, and also because Mao was just a very good peasant, good at peasant politics. But I wonder, like, but also, there was like a very, very weak regime beforehand. So that's very different to what's going to happen, what you would see in like electoral politics,
or on in a more localized way. Like DSA, for example, their numbers spiked way up. I mean, they used to be like a very, 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 very small political organization in the United States with like 2,000 members or something. And then, Bernie comes along, Donald Trump wins, and their membership reaches a peak of around 100,000 by the time we got to 2021. And then their membership, do you want to guess what happened then? Just went down. Like throughout the entire Biden years, it just went down, down, down until it was, I think, around 40 or 50,000. And then it went way back up again after like Mamdani won and Donald Trump is sworn in and kills Americans in the streets. And, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like it's easier to see how right-wingers win because they always use the same things. It's always like a real or perceived fear of like left-wing power, and it's often to do with like there's some kind of like racial outgroup that's just stuck their head out of the bush a bit too much. But when it comes to like the left-wing populist thing, I know the economic issues like cost of living and things like that are quite helpful to them, like the increase in like the rich and poor gaps. I think also just like I think something that left-wing populists do really well with is just like a failure of, or what we're seeing now is like a failure in general of mainstream like liberal politicians. Like it just seems that regardless of what they do or how much legislation they pass, no one seems to give a fuck. And I wonder if that's just because of like politics has just become so much more social, like intertwined with like just regular sort of like social dynamics, but also to do it's just become a lot more theatrical. I wonder, but yeah, I don't know if I have a good theory for exactly why.
No, that I think is really obvious at this point that's what's happening, and I think there's a lot of bad takes as to why that's happening. There's no question that there's a decent size of the Democratic voter base, especially now, that feel disillusioned with the party and very angry with the party for what they perceive as not delivering enough. Mm-hmm. And, like, for example, the ACA was a revolutionary piece of legislation in the United States. It just was. It was massive expansion of Medicaid subsidies. It expanded, government subsidized healthcare. That's what we're talking about with Medicaid, to tens of millions of people, got rid of this barbaric practice that we had of insurance companies denying people coverage if they had a pre-existing condition like cancer, which is just insane that we lived that way for so many years. But if you were just like a middle income person at that time, what was your experience with the ACA? It was just like, you know, your premiums went up slightly, you know, slightly less than they would have without the ACA. And so, yeah, so the perception about the ACA was like, it was basically nothing, you know, nothing got done, you know, it was just like you know, and so even though that happened, like it just wasn't enough. And so now there's a really easy way to explain why big legislation just never gets done in the United States. And it's because of the filibuster. The Senate filibuster rule basically makes it impossible to do big things unless you have like a 60 vote threshold in the Senate. And even then you have to get every single Democrat to support the bill. And so it's really, really, really difficult to do big bills in the United States. And that is definitely holding the Democratic Party back. And the next time they get a trifecta, if they don't get rid of the filibuster, we're just going to be right back on this merry-go-round, because the polarization and gridlock that happens in this country is just, it maintains the status quo. And there's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that are kind of revolting against the status quo. So.
Do you know what I don't understand is, I want to say on one hand that like you see a lot of this left-wing populism get popular in times where cost of living is difficult, or like the 2008 crash definitely helped them, or there's just general incumbent disadvantage during the inflation crisis. But why is it that all the loudest fucking voices talking about Medicare for all come off like people who have never used the healthcare system? Like there are things that I hear these people saying that that I know are not true, even though I'm not even fucking American. Like when Hassan's talking about how like, oh, everyone knows everyone's got some loved one who's just had to get mounted with medical debt, and then they have to pass the debt on to their kids when they die. And it's like, that doesn't happen. You don't pass on medical debt to your kids when you die. Or
has he said that?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, that was like, I think it was in the New York Times or something. He said that in that little talk where he was giving that example. Like, it sounds like they're just making up examples off the fucking cuff because they probably have some 15-year-old memory of watching that Michael Moore documentary, and they just riff off of it. Like, I hear that so much. Or like the Vanguard the other day were talking about fucking chiropractors. It didn't make any fucking sense. What they just sounded like they've never used the healthcare system. We do know that it's like. We do know that it's like young people who are like who don't use the healthcare system in general as a demographic, and also people who seem to be a bit more well off than the average person. So I don't know. Then you can get into all the conspiracies or theories about like how much money fucking Qatar has put into the American education system in the last fucking 10 years. But Jesus, no way, we're not going there.
No, I'm definitely in my cranky old man years, because it's a huge problem. The sheer volume of people that have massive platforms, are really influential, and yet have no fucking idea like what they're talking about in terms of how the government works and how these systems actually work in practice. That's another like huge problem, and not really an easy fix for it. Like, I don't really know what to do about that. But I'm gonna get going because I got to get this video done. But yeah, I just wanted to say what's up.
Well, we did that in plenty. I appreciate it. It's nice talking to you.
Hey man, take it easy.
Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.